Hello everyone, welcome to week number 2 of the NECC Overwatch streams. I'm Class here tonight with LaFawn for your first 2 games, and we're going to have a double immersion stint coming at you, LaFawn. It's going to be great.
Indeed, right? We get a chance to, well, at least my first chance this season to get a look at the Emergence division here on the main stream as we get set to get underway. And what a way to start off the season, right? I mean, coming in with a brand new patch, basically day 1 or week 1 at the very least. So teams having to, think quickly as we get here into week number 2. So a lot of experimentation, I think, is the, sort of the through line of the first couple of weeks here at the NECC. And I'm extremely interested in to see what the teams have kind of evolved into, right? Because again, we're not yet set in a meta. There's a lot of opportunities for a lot of different looks, and creativity could be the name of the game.
Yeah, especially in the Emergent division. Always the division that is ripe with the vibe of what the team wants to play, rather than what is considered to be hard meta in any way, shape, or form. And with the current balance state, with the way that these teams like to play, different players, different preferences, they get to express themselves that way. We're always, in a different vibe with everybody, every match that we get. So you might see two very different matchups tonight for that same reason.
Yeah, and I mean, as we intuited earlier, looking back at last week, even I'd say across the board of NECC, so not just any specific division, but really there's a lot of comfort picks going on because of what teams have been practicing in the past, and then trying to figure out what is stepping forward in the future. So I mean, we've got hits that if you've got a really good wrecking ball, that has had some level of viability, but I think in terms of flexibility in general, we've seen a lot of dive, we've seen a lot of rush, a lot of brawl, and by that I mean, so that means basically every one of the tanks is at least somewhat usable in certain instances. Well, with the exception of Roadhog, I must admit, that one is a little off the beaten path. But aside from that, it has been, I think, a fairly interesting look just in general as to what teams are evolving into, right before our very eyes.
Yeah, for sure. So first matchup of the night is going to be Limestone Esports versus Waynesburg University, coming to you from the Emergent Southeast Division, and we're going to be starting here on Lijiang Tower. I mean, where else would we go to first but a control map? Of course, it is a control map. It's going to be Lijiang Tower indeed tonight. Control center, first point. And, well, LaFawn, it's time for some spam, I think.
I mean, listen, Junkrat's so very good on this point just in general. I'm not surprised that we're getting at least a taste of it here. I mean, here's the thing, right? Getting set to, kind of get into it, one of the things that's to kind of highlight here is the fact that a player can take over a lobby, especially with these spam compositions, right? If you get a quick burst damage, take down a player, and that can snowball very easily. So looking for that, especially from the Junkrat players as they step forward.
Starting here out, Kiriko POV. Maybe not seeing a lot, because there's a lot of particle effects that are going to be in the way. The Junkrat spam start, both teams opting for the Susanoo and plant long shot. So far, it is looking to be Limestone, who has a bit more of a dominant position, take a bit more space in that first server room up on the stairs. And they're going to take some well-needed value out of that trap. They got the mace set up as well, so a lot of spam, a lot of CC, a lot of annoyance coming out. It's going to be Baby Girl that goes down first.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of healing gone now, so you can see the tanks backing up from Waynesburg, not wanting to kind of get in. They're going to be taken out as a result. A big part of that, by the way, is how Limestone actually used their opponent's Maywall to their own advantage, right? We saw, I think, put that through, but instead of kind of locking off the tank player from Limestone, Susanoo made, quick work by getting around a flank, getting some damage down, and there was no way to kind of sustain long enough. You can see the Kiriko gets eliminated, mostly because they're trying to overextend, trying to get some healing in for the rest of their team.
Really big difference between those two Junkrats and Old Chard. Susanoo already with that tire. That could be just another fight win right there, and that trap will be destroyed this time around. But will the trap be the only thing that's going to be in the way? The answer is no. Oh, the Suzu was a little bit too early. Susanoo gets a triple kill. That's another fight in the books. The percentage keeps ticking for Limestone.
I mean, it's a no-win situation there for Baby Girl, right? It's one of the issues in that particular situation is if you don't use the Suzu there, the tire detonates early and you still get that triple kill. So a lot of credit to the Junkrat for waiting that one out, and Susanoo continues the reign of terror here as they get closer to that 60% marker. Awesome, should be okay. Yep, the trap will expire and they'll be kept alive. Only for a moment, though. That's a big pickoff.
That's a really good start. The Sojourn out of the fight early. No overclock coming their way. They still have a lot of Honor ultimates to work with, but it's the rush from Baby Girl that's going to start off this engagement. We do see an aggressive posture from Waynesburg, but it's going to be Susanoo once again with that first pick off. They find another one onto Plant Long Shot, and what could have been a decent start to an attack with the pick off on Lhasa is quickly turning the other way, and Waynesburg is just getting a full wipe on their hands.
I mean, what a recovery there by Limestone, right? I mean, Susanoo continues to be, a difference maker here in this opening round. Unfortunately for Waynesburg, they're left in the last 10%. That Coalescence not even going to find that elimination as it expires.
This ends now.
Yeah,
This is really a good spear. Temas wanted to get onto the point with that Coalescence, but he got spared out by the Orisa, unfortunately.
Indeed. I mean, listen, the tank, Orisa there just has to kind of play bodyguard more than anything else in that particular instance, and they do a fantastic job of it. So, I mean, that's going to be round one, 100-0 for Limestone as they look to try and close Waynesburg out. And, I mean, in this particular instance, now we're going to see a couple of changes in style. It looks like a little bit more aerial threats here from our teams.
I mean, we were always going to expect the Junkrat not to be necessarily the most viable or the most enjoyable pick on this particular point. A little bit more open, but there's still plenty of spam potential, at least when you get to the objective. Now we get the Pharah as well. No hit scan to counter it on either side. It's going to be a full mirror in that department. But we get some different support options and some different tanks. Once again, it's going to be Lawsome this time. He gets the first pick off on the Mustaches. And that's a really good start for them. Waynesburg, of course, in full control of the last point. Well, not in full control, rather. Limestone now swinging for the fences a little bit more.
I mean, one of the big differences here is obviously having the Mercy to be able to support the Pharah in the air. The damage throughput is just so much higher. And you can also get, with that healing differential as well, you can see LSM's trying to play. Gets to play a lot more freely. Can take much more aggressive angles. They don't have to worry. Think, on the other hand, has to back all the way out and just wait for the healing to come through from the support. So just a lot more aggressive from the team in blue here. And Limestone, really that's their advantage. They'll get an early capture.
Long shot instantly going over to the Soldier. Wants to deal with that high ground in the aerial for a little bit more. Also going to get the Moira instead of Brigitte coming out. So they are making some swaps, of course, with the ultimate charge that you now keep. It doesn't really cost them anything other than a little bit of time potentially. Already a lot of damage coming out from that range of the Soldier. Like, I'd love to see it from Planet Longshot. Finds the Helix elimination. Will get traded, but would you rather have a Moira or would you rather have a Soldier? Well, the choice is not really important because they do get both, and Beetle just gets res back up. So what turned into a fairly even fight instantly gets turned back around by the Res of the Mercy and the double kill from Junkrat. They're just going to keep continuing the dominance. There's nothing that Waynesburg can really do.
Yeah, Thunk is unfortunately just not getting nearly as much room to work with as they'd like. And even with this hit scan on Waynesburg's side, it's really tough to dislodge LSM because at this stage, Limestone is building those big resources. So even if you take down the Pharah, how do you convert a fight? I mean, maybe you're able to commit the Kitsune Rush and kind of rush down an individual, but that's easier said than done, certainly. And all the while, Limestone is doing so much spam damage.
Another fight engaged here as the rush finally comes out for Baby Girl again. Can they make a little bit more use out of it than they could last time? They do find LSM, which is a really good pickoff. Going to be hard to res for Tokyo. That one might actually go down. No more Mercy, no more Pharah. It's a 5v3 on the points. It's going to be up to the heroics of Susanoo and the crew. They find one with the tire, but lose their lives in the process. And the barrage, doesn't even get the Moira. And indeed, it is just going to be Griganator and Beetle on the objective, surviving with the two of them, getting all the value. There's the return of the Mercy and the Pharah. And Limestone, against all odds, once again, able to hold on to the objective, goes for the 100-0 here as they take the first point of and the first map of Lijiang Tower.
What a tremendous performance here by Limestone in the opening frame. And I mean, straight up on that second point, just compositionally understanding their playstyle a little bit better. Waynesburg are not able to deny, the pressure from LSM. So a lot of credit to LSM and company for having a composition that is so difficult to play around, and a well-earned first map.
Yeah, I mean, very well earned. I do hope that we're going to see a little bit more out of Waynesburg in the coming maps. We have, of course, at least 3 to play tonight as we do a first to 3 game here at the NECC. But that being said, Control is always a little bit of an outlier, and especially with the Junkrat value that you can get on a map like Lijiang Tower, we'll see if that changes over the course of the series. And now we can talk a little bit more about the teams as well. Of course, we had a little bit of a rushed start as we really wanted to get the games going. But now let's talk a little bit about these teams that we have. They, of course, played a game last week. As might not be a surprise with this map, Limestone actually won theirs. Waynesburg did not come victorious in theirs, but they had a very close one. It was a 3-2 versus Fresno. So, we were close.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, Control plays a pretty aggressively. Right? There's a lot of opportunities to kind of just force a fight that otherwise wouldn't happen. So as we move to hybrid, escort, and beyond, there's an opportunity to kind of slow the game down, perhaps get a little bit of value there. So certainly an opportunity here. And I mean, with that 2-3, as you said last week for Waynesburg, there is very much gas left in the tank, as it were, and they're looking to try and take the first map of Limestone Esports this season.
Yeah, and of course, you always look a little bit at, what's the background, where these players come from, how did they get here. We see a very computer tech heavy side on Limestone Esports. It's just basically computer science. There's one graphic design student in there, though. It's a little bit more coming out there in terms of stuff. They also got a business major in Griganator, so the tank knows what's up. They are taking care of business, while everyone else is just focusing on their PC stuff. For now, though, that's what their roster is about. Waynesburg, a little bit more diversified. They got some criminal justice, some sports management, healthcare management, history, second education, forensic accounting. Not the studies we see a lot of the time, but that's what the beauty of NECC is. There's so many different colleges and universities. Students can come from pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously getting a chance to run the second season of this year, right? So a lot of evolution from the last couple seasons coming in. So teams, I think getting a sense of how to kind of play the game, both, I mean, not just in server, but also, kind of the structure around it. We've heard that from players and sort of the teams over the last little bit. And so definitely an interesting time here for these squads is, I mean, growth, right? That's kind of the nature of this level, and seeing that improvement is tremendous. So, to draw back to Limestone from that first map, a lot of credit to them for recognizing where their strengths lay and just taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, and every time we talk about like where strengths and preferences for different teams lie, it was very clear where Limestone's is. We also saw a very big difference in what both teams kind of wanted to do in terms of tank. What they prefer. We saw a very strong Orisa coming out from Griganator, but we did see Dubby trying to at least go for the Sigma. Those different playstyles can sometimes work out, sometimes not work out. Like the matchup is always a little bit tricky, like which is better, and it's a very situational one. I think, especially with Orisa and Sigma, it definitely is going to come down to the individual and the way the teams play around it.
Well, with that being said, there's still more action to come when we return, the conclusion of the series.
Welcome back. After that very short break, we're gonna go straight back into it because we got map 2 coming up for it's gonna be King's Row between Limestone and Waynesburg and Lafon. After that Junkrat dominance that we saw coming out on Lijiang Tower, King's Row could spell a similar or very different disaster.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Kings Row has been a long-standing map in terms of selection at the competitive level, right? At all sorts of organized play, and we've seen sort of trends can take place on this map. So Brawl ends up being the composition that is used most frequently here, right? We already saw a taste of that with the Orisa, with the Reinhardt on Command Center, on Lijiang Tower, and the Junkrats took first marks there, or at least Susanoo did on Limestone side. So yeah, coming into Kings Row, very much an opportunity to return to that style. But make no mistake about it, I think the projectile look that Limestone opened up with both on the first and second phase with the Pharah, all of that is still very, very viable. So it's going to come down to, I think, for Waynesburg at least, needing to get a DPS character in line to start putting pressure on the DPS of their opposing team. And if you can slow them down a little bit and get their tank into position to actually find value, there's an opportunity here, I think, for Waynesburg to perhaps even up the series.
Yeah, because it didn't really feel like in the tank matchup there was a particular side that was more dominant than the other. Like sure, Briganator had a couple of good plays, but it mostly felt like Dubby wasn't getting the chance to also shine due to that skewed matchup in the DPS that was happening all the time. Of course, they're going to start here on attack. Waynesburg is, so they are going to get the chance to potentially go back and spawn and swap straight away before losing a fight. If they see something on the side of Limestone that they don't like. But that's the advantage of starting on attack versus defense, as they say. Not that much of a change from Limestone so far. Tokyo is going to be on the Ana though. It's something I love to see personally.
I see LSM was staying still for a second, so everyone around them just trying to make sure that they get into position. Nice little trap there at the choke point. Yeah, this is very much the same composition Limestone are running, essentially. The only difference, obviously, being the ability to have the sleep. Now, for Waynesburg, as they open up on the Ramatra, this is going to be, I think, very, very curious, because Ramatra's big cooldown here is the Nemesis form, right? If you can get an elimination with it, then you start to snowball, but if you miss it, then you're kind of slowed down until the next cooldown. And I think the one opportunity for Waynesburg is to use Thunk's wall from the Mei and try and combo those two together. Those two early cooldowns, get a pick off, and then try and snowball the fight in your favor.
Yeah, other than Reinhardt, we now have a second tank that can work with that Mei wall really well in terms of burst. Seeing whether or not they're going to actually use it that way or not. It would be a very good cool combo. Now that they're just posturing, poking and prodding a little bit, trying to find that opening, trying to find that timing. We didn't push back by the Orisa Javelin. There's the Mei though, up close with the wall. Not quite as a backboard, but it's LSM that gets a triple kill. I think it was a collateral railgun shot as well. Full team wide, easy as it is. First minute down, and Limestone not even skipping a beat.
Rumors of Sojourn's demise have been, I suppose, greatly exaggerated, and continues to showcase how powerful this character is, right? The amount of damage that she can roll out early is pretty big. Waynesburg recognizing that they're going to switch wholesale. I like this pickup of the Pharah, actually, especially now that they have the Mercy in the back pocket. Thunk is going to be able to be uncontested. Keep in mind, Sojourn, despite being a hit scan on the railgun, has to charge it up, and it's no longer an instant headshot kill. So an opportunity here, I think, to deal damage fairly safely for the Pharah of Waynesburg.
Gonna get a little bit of assist potentially from Tokyo though. Already solid shot, and you see how much Waynesburg is taking damage already. All that damage has to be healed back up. Dunk going fairly low. One railgun shot will actually eliminate them at this stage. Yerma Sobe has got that coalescence ready though, so they could potentially use it for sustain, but not if Dubby goes down. That's a tank you're instantly missing. You see how much health they have to give. So much damage coming their way. And Limestone still with full health bars, not worried in the slightest by this far.
Now here's the big thing is that the Pharah needs to get a pick off now at this stage, because 5 ultimates will be available for Limestone in this next engagement. They're down the Pharah, going for the res, but that's going to cost W almost certainly their life. They get away barely, but even still, that's just more time off the clock for Limestone.
Our tank, another problem is what they say. The Railgun with the overclock finally gets stunned. Took a little bit longer than you're used to from Sojourns. That might get them an opening. Get LSM as the pickoff. Might be able to get the res onto their Pharah and then just keep on going. But they're going to get this time to just respawn. Good jumping from the Winston. Doesn't get slept. But there's a Terra Surge. Will not get the elimination, but does enough damage to at least find the follow-up on the Planet Long Shot. Beautiful jump out from the Winston, the Haley for the Mercy, and the Moira is there. There is the Barrage as well, but it's going to be Susanoo with the tire once again from the backline, gets a double kill. LSM comes back on the Cassidy, and once again, what looked like a good opener from Waynesburg is turning back around towards Limestone. Pickoffs are still coming though. Waynesburg is not done yet, and with that Primal Rage as well as the Reaper shotguns, they do manage to find at least that first stick. Aggressive posturing from Dubby here to not let anyone come in for free. It will probably be 2, maybe just a full 3 ticks if Limestone does re-engage.
I really like that the Primal Rage was committed there by Waynesburg. If Dubby hadn't actually run that through, there is a very real chance they straight up lose that point, even with the respawns coming in. So a lot of credit for that heads-up play by the tank player for Waynesburg, and I mean, at this stage, they'll at least get to the second phase of the map.
Very aggressive jump in from Dubby. Instant counter from the other side. The Orisa just pushing Winston back into their own team. And that's going to be the follow-up, instantly following. No tank, no scared team. Just walk through this archway. Kill after kill. LSM posturing, saying, if you want to get close, let's railgun you.
Going to change now for Waynesburg as they go over to the Sigma. Just trying to play in sort of that brawl range, but far enough away from the Orisa that, you know, not nearly as threatening.
Here.
Still, this is a real opportunity here. If you can get your Reaper into the back line, get the Death Blossom going. There's nothing much that Limestone has to kind of work with.
That Planet Long Shot, they're really trying to make a move to get around them though. Gonna be a resurrection here on the Thunk. Soldier back to the fight. Good position as well, just through the archway. They gotta find a way to get through this archway to force themselves through with that Sigma. They're gonna have to try and get pushing, but the Orisa is so aggressive with all the ultimates on the other side as well. But it's a Death Blossom, gets a double kill in the backline, also find a kill an LSM. It's just Briganator and their Moira. And while they did a good job unleashing tower to get the survival, it's not gonna happen this time around. And with only one ultimate as well, very well done from Waynesburg.
Yeah, no, that is exactly the play that you kind of have to do, right? Sustain with the Valkyrie in the early part of that setup fight, and then use the Death Blossom on the flank when no one's really prepared for it. You can see Tokyo turning around and Susanoo as well, but they just weren't there in time. And Waynesburg are able to close that one out. Now, this next fight, they have to slow it down a little bit. They need to get the Gravitic Flux, they need to get the Tactical Visor, and try and burn through what Limestone has to offer, because it's going to be 5 ultimates on board.
Nano boosted Terra Surge will find the elimination onto Dubby in combination with their Moira. Will not be able to do pushing anything back here is Waynesburg. 55 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to regroup. Will lose their Mercy a little bit later, but that's about it for now. And Waynesburg, with 2 ultimates in the bank, are going to try and find a re-engage. There is a little bit of a threat there for Limestone.
I mean, now with the defensive setup, though, you know, I think those 2 ultimates to guarantee the fight is a good read, because they have the Riptire, right? How do you defend against it? Realistically, it's just Moira and Reaper who are, you know, safe with their Fate abilities. But other than that, I mean, Waynesburg is at risk for that to just kind of end their fight before it even starts.
Oh, the overclock from the high ground behind them. LSM was ready for it. They find elimination with the Moira Orb, but that was all LSM, most of that. And Limestone is just fully in control of this archway. Once again, it's a good accretion, but who can really say if they can push through? They at least got through the archway for now, so we're all just waiting for that Oliver. Yep, there it is. We're ready for the Riptire. Gets a double kill again, both DPS out of it, and they can't even get to the objective in time. That's going to be it for the attack of Waynesburg. They got close-ish to point B, not quite close enough, and Limestone has a very clear box of victory to get to.
I love the presence that Limestone Esports has, right? They're not over-committing to their fights in general. You know, when a fight is lost, being willing to give it up and not really, you know, risk their presence on the map is quite good. And then obviously at the very end, efficiency with their resources is tremendous. They use just the 2 ultimates to get to the point, because once you have control of the objective on the defense, right, and you have those zone control ultimates like the Riptire, like the Overclock, and, you know, time is not on the opponent's side, I mean, you force them to kind of walk through a choke point, and Limestone Esports controlling not just the mid fight, sort of the neutral game where, they're head to head in the micro, meaning just the ability usage, but also the macro gameplay, the grand scope of the game, and impressive stuff, and a well-earned lead that they've, accrued at this point.
Looking at this defense, I mean, we'd say there's not a lot of changes, but they pretty much changed everything. It's just baby girls on the Kiriko that's a fairly constant factor. You see coming back when it's not on the Mercy. But yeah, they basically switch up everything they want. Dunk back on the Mei. I like this in the defense. See whether they're going to get some value this time around. Mei hasn't been proven that valuable so far for Waynesburg. But all about LSM. Are they going to get that first pick off?
A little bit of dodging and crouching here and there. Ooh. You can see, yeah, that is a really good bait there by Grigonotor. Not overstaying their welcome, recognizing the maze there and dodging the wall with expertise. Tremendous stuff here from the Team Blue.
We'll get that first pick. It's the Moira gone. Looking for the Kiriko as well, but they don't even need to anymore at this stage. Mei gone, Moira gone, everyone being pushed back, and Bastion, you can pump out a lot of damage, but it's not enough this time around. That's point A. Almost certainly gone.
They're not even going to keep their Reese alive, I do not think.
Oh, they do?
Oh, well timed Suzu, yeah. Oh, but it's not the Reese you have to worry about. It's the other support. And with the Lucio being eliminated, the point being captured, that is pretty big for Limestone Esports. Even that Widow's not really that much of a delay, right? Because you have to recognize the fight is still going to happen with that sort of 4v4. Between a Widow and a Lucio, for a disengage, you have to think you want the Lucio just a little bit more.
Lucio beating back fairly quickly, of course, with the speed boost, and taking long to get back to the spawn. The rush is ready once again. Baby Girl being very good at building those up very quickly, even in the losing situation. Able to stay alive long enough. And with that extra attack speed, Tokyo is not going to be alive for any duration of time at all. That teleport just disappeared. I'm going to be looking for a little bit more. Maybe the Junkrat, maybe the Pharah. They do see Susanoo up on that high ground. That little grate there is very useful for a Junkrat to spam down from. But it's going to be the Terror Sword to fight the first elimination. They're going to find even more with a Riptire. With another, pretty much a team-wide. There it is. There is the Gong as well. 4.5 minutes on the clock, but they're not going to need that time. That cart might just make it to victory before anyone can get back.
Yeah, I don't think anyone here is moving fast enough with their composition to get to the point in time. And even if they do, LSM is playing Gatekeeper. Barrage in tow.
No, not even the Lucio will bounce his way up onto the objective. It's going to be Limestone Esports taking the 2-0 lead in the series and not skipping any beats since that Legion Tower start.
This now puts them at match point, of course. Beetle still get the highlight, but alas, not enough for a little coalescence into the Terror Surge. But with that being said, right, it's match point at this stage for Limestone Esports. 2 out of 3, one more map to go, and a very real chance for them to complete the 3-0 here over their opponent in Waynesburg. Tremendous start for Limestone Esports.
Limestone Esports just showing up today in force, and it's not going to be another 3-2 for Waynesburg if they have anything to say about it. Before, though, we continue, we're going to throw to a quick break, give the teams a little bit of time to drink some water. We're going to do the same. I hope you do too, because stay hydrated. See you in a little bit. Welcome back. It is 2-0 Limestone Esports versus Waynesburg. But, Lafon, we thought we were going to be back here, but might not be back here for a long time because Limestone is just steamrolling through these maps. Is there a chance here? What can Waynesburg do?
I mean, one of the big things they can kind of find value with, I think, is making sure the game plan hasn't really changed from maps, between maps 1, 2, and 3. It's still the same sort of approach. It's just having to kind of, I think, get a little bit closer in terms of execution. So one of the first things we saw, and definitely an improvement on map 2 over map 1, is the fact that the DPS weren't allowed to get nearly as much value as they did on Lijiang Tower. That being said, they were still allowed to kind of roam free a ton of the time. LSM, right between the Soldier and the Pharah, even the Widowmaker to an extent, really had a lot of space. And Susanoo, we've seen what the Junkrat has been capable of doing. If you can slow them down just a little bit more, unleash the rest of your team. There's an opportunity here for Waynesburg. In my opinion, it's just the margin of error just needs to be a little bit smaller, and a real opportunity exists here.
Yeah, we're going to go over to Dorado this time around. It's, of course, our escort map of the day. It has been picked by Waynesburg. Limestone had to ban out one of the maps, and then Waynesburg said, you know what, let's go to Dorado. Which, if they want to play more Winston, like they were showing a little bit on King's Row, if they want to play a little bit more of those mobility compositions, this would definitely be a place to go. A lot of high ground to play with, and some other fun bits and pieces here on this map. The one thing I'm worried about, Lafon, and I think you might know where I'm going with this, is that archway. The archway in Susanoo.
Yeah, the Junkrat obviously is very tough to kind of work around there. I will say though, if you play Dorado, the mobility allows you're afforded 3 different options for rotations, right? There's the from the attacker's perspective, top right and top left, and obviously
Mm-hmm.
brute forcing through the choke point itself. But I think divide and conquer is sort of the name of the game here, especially if they continue Limestone rather continues to run the Junkrat, right? Perhaps split your team up, create sort of a pincer dive, so you have multiple groups kind of approach from 2 different angles, and surround the defense. That's an opportunity for sure for success. But again, even if they're not running the Junkrat, even if Limestone's running a mobility options on the defense, even though they haven't really showcased that in this map or in this match rather, the strategy still, I think, holds value overall. So with that being said, I think Dorado does play to the strengths of what Waynesburg has showcased to this point.
Yeah, Waynesburg definitely understanding their own strengths. Whether they're also Limestone's strength is still to be seen, of course, when we go into the actual map. But at least we know that they're giving themselves all the opportunities they can to potentially at least bring us to a map 4. So far, though, Limestone has been looking so ridiculously strong that it is, still a very tall hill to climb, and with Dorado being a sort of cliffside but mountainous town, that is very fitting scene as well. That's the reason I'd say. But you know what? All we can do.
I mean, for Waynesburg,
can do.
For Waynesburg, something that they've, I think, consistently done over the series has been their support generation. Their ultimate generation on the support line has been tremendous, right? And even taking similar amounts of damage, right? Considering that, I still think the support line for Waynesburg has been faster to generate those resources, both through healing and through damage. So if you can get those, ultimates online first and use them in the first fight, that could also be a through line for Waynesburg to perhaps at least put pressure on Limestone in some early fights. And considering they've been able to do it, generate those ultimates, now it's just a case of using them first.
Yeah, of course it is that case. Generate them first, do them first. But you see a lot of those first picks coming through for Limestone most of the time. That being said, though, we do see those first picks coming from Waynesburg every now and then as well. Then they get turned around a lot, so we see a lot of those, maybe overcommitting on those successful initiations. There's a lot of question marks here and there. It's like, oh, maybe you go too fast there, maybe you go too far there, maybe we're thinking we have an advantage where we still overplay our hand because you play against a Junkrat and that spam could just be overwhelming or just delete you out of nowhere when you're not being careful. There is something to play for here, something to play with. But like we said, Dorado, That's the battleground we're going to. And Dorado is not necessarily the best place for Junkrat, other than maybe point A defense. So
Yeah, and I mean, once you
Again-
if you can get that past that first point, right, all of a sudden the rest of the map opens up pretty tremendously. Second point is so much high ground, I mean, if you look at what the Orisa has
Open
been run
space.
so far, yeah, that's another thing too, right? If you look at the tank, if you can get to that second point, then the high ground all of a sudden becomes a strength for Waynesburg rather than Limestone. So, yeah, I would highlight there being opportunities here for Waynesburg on this map, and as such, I like this selection as opposed to maybe a map with more open sight lines where, you know, all of a sudden the hit scan, which Limestone has been running this entire game, suddenly becomes even more of a strength. So yeah, considering what has been showcased, I think this is a really intelligent pick from Waynesburg.
Yeah, Limestone starting on the defense. Once again, just like we saw on Kings Row, Waynesburg gonna have to start their attack, set a pace. Limestone's gonna have to try and match or potentially even beat that. We're not gonna see too many changes from them. Although I say that, it's not Susanoo on the Junkrat. So far, it's looking Susanoo to be on the Ash. That's a hit scan that we haven't seen before from them. LSM's gonna be the one that's gonna be on the Junkrat. So the hero will still be there, just under different players' control. Tokyo on the Ana, Beetle on the Moira, Briganator on their patented Orisa pick.
Certainly flexible hero selections here from Limestone in terms of what their DPS are willing to run. This also marks at least 2 different heroes played by each DPS player in this lobby, right? So a willingness to switch not lost here at all.
Another big switch as well. Planet Longshot's not going to be on the tank role. Dubby on the Widowmaker. So they're switching out a little bit on the roles even on Waynesburg. They're not leaving anything to chance. It's going to be the famous switch from tank to hit scan. The Widowmaker in particular. We've seen some really good Widowmakers out of the tank role in the past on all different levels of play. So I'm looking forward to this one. Dubby has taken a couple of shots already. Oh, almost get the shot on that Ana. Just didn't pull the trigger.
That's a very risky rotation from the Ana. Make no mistake about it. Still, Waynesburg so very low. And it looks like both DPS really just not a non-factor in this fight due to how much damage is coming in from Limestone on this high ground.
Yeah, Beetle, all she has to do is throw an orb and W will fall in the end. Doesn't get any healing from either or the Monster Beast. Wow, it's just, I knew what the name was before the game started. I still get stuck on it every single time. The Mosto Beast on the Moira. But yeah, LSM with the Junkrat. Doesn't matter if it's Susanoo or LSM, they're still getting a lot of value out of the hero so far.
Yeah, W makes the switch over, by the way, to the May at this stage. So over-aggression from Limestone, something to be aware of. The May wall can definitely be a threat. Even still, Limestone doing so much damage, and LSM spam comes in tremendous amount. Waynesburg are going to have to retreat wholesale here.
They were talking about that ult generation through healing and through damage, and it does look that sometimes the ult generation from Baby Girl and the Mosto Beast might come a little bit too much from damage, because we do see health bars go awfully low in Waynesburg a lot of the time, with no real healing coming in quite often. That being said, as long as they can get the eliminations with it, it wouldn't matter, right? Like, you don't need to heal something that isn't doing damage.
Tragically, that is going to be the Coalescence expired with a well-placed headshot, and Waynesburg back to the drawing board. That is going to have to be a full reset for Waynesburg University as Limestone Esports continue to just hold remarkably aggressively, even near about the spawn doors.
Oh, you get the late elimination onto Dubby. At least you drew out the rip tires, what I was going to say, but then with that late elimination, that's still very tragic to see for Dubby. No longer on the tank, of course. Planet Longshot now on the Orisa. Planet Longshot close to Terror Surge to get the Nana boost as well as both DPS ultimates soon. But when 2 players already go down that early to just raw damage output from Limestone, these fights are just not going to last long enough. Doesn't even get the Terror Surge completion. That's 2 ultimates gone and no value whatsoever from Waynesburg.
And we are now down to the last 70 seconds of the attacking half, and tragically the payload has not moved past this first archway. What a lot of people forget is on this map. I mean, you're looking to get this Blizzard down, right? On at least 2 players and try and eliminate them to keep this.
I just hope it doesn't get eaten.
Yeah,
I hope it doesn't go into a javelin spin. That's the one thing I'm afraid of. It just get used. So this is your window. Bob is out. W looking for something. He did Reginator. This is a really good pick to start off with. The Blizzard is out. Both Bob and Ana getting frozen. Where's the follow-up? There's the Ana going down. Bob not going to be alive for much longer, or at least he's going to despawn. So he's gone. He's gone. And Susanoo and Tokyo being eliminated, that's going to be a good start to a push here for Waynesburg.
Yeah,
They're
that does
still
get
not going to make it to the point before retest.
Yeah, they will not get the capture. Now, I mean, they have to kind of be worried because Limestone coming in has both the Riptire and the Coalescence. You expect this to open up, and I mean, a well-timed Javelin might be able to stun the Coalescence, but that's a big if, and you kind of need that to be your win condition here.
Almost the elimination of LSM, but they do get to hide in a corner, throw the Riptire out. It just gets destroyed. The Stunk falls on the other side together with the most obese, so they do still need to retreat and re-engage. There's no time. It's overtime, and Lafon Limestone once again with a full hold.
A really tough situation for Waynesburg University, but credit to them for the mental fortitude to not give up, right? You're essentially being spawn camped for the first 3.5 minutes of this round. They still dig deep, get one fight win, get the payload moving. And I mean, while they don't capture the first checkpoint, they at least make their way to, near about the doorway. So an opportunity does exist. It's not like this is unwinnable here for Waynesburg University. Is it going to be difficult? Yes, absolutely. Make no mistake about that. But at least there's an opportunity here for them to claw this map away from Limestone Esports.
Limestone Esports on their potential road to victory here. They are on match point, rather. Yeah, 2-0 in the first of 3 series. And, well, they're just having a little bit of a premature celebration in spawn, it looks like. Always love to see that emote. Everyone with their dances out. They're just having a good time as Waynesburg is setting up for their defense. 20 seconds before those doors open. Going to be a plant long shot on the Diva. I was waiting for that pick to come out, Lafon. I was waiting for that defense matrix to just say, you know what? You can spam all you want. I'm just going to eat it for a little bit. Might be more effective than the shields they've been trying so far.
Certainly an opportunity. I like the team synergy that's going on here. Everyone having a dance while Lucio puts on a little DJ party. Speaking of, that's going to be a full dive actually from Limestone Esports. All in aggression. And they are going to be stymied slightly by the turret. Take care of that before they go into things.
A very closed off fight. The bubbles preventing any healing onto the Diva. But they do lose Tokyo on the other side. So it's a fairly okay trade if you're on defense. Nice shot from W as well. And that's not going to be that aggressive of a push from Limestone Esports anymore. You're losing those 2 resources. No healing whatsoever. But they're still pushing as the Kiriko just teleports back to spawn. Going to be able to keep everybody alive. Nice and well. LSM though. A little bit of trouble. There's a turret in the way, and the turret is going to keep their health as well. That hammer from Stung. Moving for a little bit more here. You're going to have to back off a little bit as W does fall on the other side.
Yeah, that pick from Susanoo is actually really big. It opens up the backline tremendously. LSM dashing in, causing chaos. I do not believe there is going to be anyone left to contest, and should they, one expects the Genji to dash through, get the Dragon Blade. It's going to be a very, very narrow attempt here from Waynesburg University. A last-ditch effort, perhaps. Anyone even get to the objective?
I'm trying to see who can make it, but I think they're all too slow in their character selection. No one really swaps to get some more mobility, and even the Cassidy roll will not get there on time. It's Limestone taking the first game of the night in a 3-0 sweep. Waynesburg had some good attempts, some good moments, but they just couldn't find their swing tonight.
And I mean, we see the sportsmanship at the very end there. What an aggressive player here. Beetle Valley's back-to-back highlights for her. And yeah, ton of credit to the teamwork. I mean, coordination, we saw it, jokes aside, the coordination is spot for the dance party. That's fair. But I mean, outside that, the rest of the game was very much a team coordination on top of it. I'd say perhaps Lijiang Tower, the one most favorable to the DPS popping off, was the one where they were showcased the most, but especially here on Dorado, a team effort in its entirety. And Limestone Esports, a well-earned 3-0 as they continue to keep their run flawless now with perfect map score across 2 weeks.
Yeah, two matches down, 2 wins in the book. Of course, it's complete opposite on the other side for Waynesburg. Unfortunately, they did have a good showing last week, but this week they're not even getting some maps on the board, unfortunately for them. Season's not over, of course. You have a longer run, so they can still make it throughout out the season, get some more wins, and get the playoff bracket. But for now, they're going to have some work on their hands. They have some work to do. Get some improvements. We'll see, hopefully, if they can bounce back a little bit next week. For now, though, that was the first series of the night. We're going to go to the other Emergence Division or conference, maybe the Southeast that we're going next to. It's going to be Florida Gulf Coast University Blue going up against the University of Rio Grande. Before we get there, of course, we're going to throw it to a break. By the time we get back, those teams will be ready and roaring to go for match 2 of the night. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2. Still Meta Class here with LaFon, and we're not going anywhere. We're staying in the same division, same conference even. Going to see FGCU Blue versus the University of Rio Grande, and one of these teams actually faced up against Waynesburg from last series.
Yeah.
Took that away with a 3-2. The FGC Blue coming in here with a win. So did Rio Grande. They also came in here with a win, but they did a 3-0 last week. So both these teams that I want a record, let's see who changes it.
Yeah, I mean, the early part of the season, of course, is always going to be like this. Teams that have very lopsided scores, right, based on the fact that they perhaps just matched up really well against a certain team. Once you get into the second and third week, things start to maybe even out a little bit as teams start to, sort of regain their power level, improve as well, as they've had opportunity to hit scrims, as they've had opportunity to play as well, right, get those nerves out from being on air, as it were. And overall, I think, now we're starting to see where teams sort of settle into their style, settle into their selections. And as we touched on in our last game, right? Obviously, it's a new patch relative to the amount of games that we have played, at the NECC, and so teams perhaps haven't quite solidified what they want to run, and combined, with those two facts, this is where we really expect to see some interesting things step forward.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about like, oh yeah, new patch, but we also got to remember this is the 4th month that everyone's had access to Overwatch 2 as a game. Yeah. There's still so much that we're still learning about the fundamentals of what Overwatch 2 is versus Overwatch 1. Even if nothing else, just because of the removal of one tank. That in itself shakes up so much already. Then we get all the balance changes, new heroes. There's a lot of new maps even sometimes. So there's a lot more to think about than just saying, oh yeah, there was a new patch last week. Like that's just a cherry on the rest of this whole Sunday that we're having to deal with. So yeah, for Overwatch League pros and even for contenders teams, it's been a little bit easier because they've had to play for longer and they scrim so much and all that stuff. But for teams like this, where you're in college, you have other things to do, it's not your full-time job, there's a lot going on, and you've had access for only 4 months. Yeah, of course it's going to be a little bit less of a familiar thing. So we'll see how even that adjusts as we go on throughout this season of NECC, because it's also the first full season that we're going to get an Overwatch 2. Last season was a little bit shorter. It just didn't really, because we couldn't really fit it around the release date. It's how it works. So yeah, all of that is just so much extra to it than just saying.
I mean, the other thing too, right, is let's touch on the score lines a little bit. You mentioned there was a 3-0 and a 3-2. What that means is, I think, stepping in as we kind of dial in on our first map, of course, which is going to be Lijiang Tower. One thing we can kind of highlight is, how do these teams come out of the gates, right? How are they going to open up their engagements? Because there is an element of confidence knowing you are the team that comes in with a better record. There's some level of expectation, I think, of performance to a certain level. I'm curious to see if that steps into the lobby as well, or for example, do you come out of the gate, knowing or thinking you're the better team and play very aggressive, up-tempo style, perhaps with a dive or something similar? Or do you kind of just, take a step back and think that you have control of the match, and do you let the game get away from you? So all of these and more are kind of the factors I'm, calculating here in our first map, especially as it sets the tone for, map 2 and beyond.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we look at both these rosters, there's a very different way in which they're made up. We're going to talk about that as we get throughout everything. For now, they're going to be starting here on Lijiang Tower. It's going to be the night market stage first. And we see double Symmetras coming out of the gate straight onto the objective. And the first elimination's already down. H, Park, and Logo instantly fall to the barrage of damage coming out of Rio Grande. They're going to take that first control with a full team kill. And there were a Machar versus Orisa matchup, plus a couple of DPS and support changes. But it's the classic, the Symmetra start.
What a read from Nolan, though, on University of Rio Grande. They saw the teleport come through, and a big anti-nade just captures, I think, 4 players. There was no time for anyone on FGCU Blue to react by the time they'd be taken out. So a lot of credit given over to the support line there of the team in red as they get their first hold of the map.
I almost feel like that's a set play, but H Park doesn't let that happen without a trade. Ghoul already out of it. No more Hanzo to worry about. A little bit of an anti-nade once again. A sleep dart even. That's not going to phase the attackers of FGCU Blue at the moment. Symmetra is, of course, beaming down the Orisa. It's way too much damage to handle, especially with the turrets on top of it. And it's actually going to be Anonymous just beaming forward, taking out every thing south of the horizon. That's another fight win for Rio Grande. What started out pretty well for FGC Blue.
The thing there, of course, is that University of Rio Grande, even though they lose that player first, they take advantage of HRAC just losing control of the Bastion. Remember, the Bastion isn't really that threatening if they don't have the transformation available to them. The damage throughput is just not quite high, so they return to point, they play around the Symmetra's turrets, and find the damage throughput that they need to stay alive.
With that beautiful photon barrier in the way. Not much you can do in that situation. Just waiting until you get damage for Brenout at this stage. With 70% and counting, it's going to be one more engagement before this point just goes over to Rio Grande for, well, not for free, but without much contest.
Yeah, they do I mean, University of Rio Grande, I think one thing that's really excellent here is their engage timing. They're playing very aggressively, not allowing FGCU Blue to really get a lot of damage. And you can see there's not many ultimates here in the final, moments of the map for the team aggressing to the objective. And even that annihilation now on tap for Zappy123.
If anything is going to help you with aggression, though, it's the rush. Logo throws that one out. That's dead. Wants to look for that Terror Surge, as well as HRAC potentially combining that with the Bastion ultimate. It would be beautiful. They don't quite get to do that just because of the situation that they're in. And the Bastion ult sort of goes to waste there. Does find the elimination onto Nullen, but for now, at least they get the team kill. They get the point cap. And Rio Grande is going to have to do an attack of their own.
Zed's dead, I believe, hit the Terror Surge just in the nick of time to catch the sound barrier activation. So that's a great denial by the tank player of FGCU Blue. Still, their work is cut out for them. It was a very expensive fight. They'll need to try and get this Blizzard online ASAP, especially as the annihilation comes into play here from the University of Rio Grande.
And Anonymous already beaming down targets, throwing targets on the point. They are getting eliminated very quickly, but if both DPS are going down, how much do you really have left in the tank if you're FGCU Blue? The answer is not much. They do find Anonymous with the nano boosted Orisa, but that's about it. That's all she wrote for point number one, 99%. Maybe someone can make it back for a quick touch, but I don't think that's even going to happen. Rio Grande takes the 1-0 lead.
What tempo play from Rio Grande. The speed of play, right? I mean, as casters, we talk about, I think, three things ad nauseum. That's pace, map control, and economy management, right? And when we talk about pace, what we mean is literally how quickly are you moving around the map? How quickly are you engaging and disengaging? How quickly are you taking fights? And University of Rio Grande, singular purpose. They found players isolated, in awkward engagements and took them out. When they were down a player, though, they slowed the game down, retreating back to the objective, keeping map control, keeping, efficient places where they can hide behind choke points, not take free damage, and then, of course, the efficiency of resources using ultimates at the correct timing. So in round number one, University of Rio Grande, just a spectacular masterclass of gameplay from them as a whole.
Ramatra matchup extraordinaire. Hera Derp now on the Mei, and Anonymous and Ghoul on the Tracer and the Hanzo. You see some Anas coming out once again with the Brig and Lucio on either side. They're going to teleporter to the point. Couple of turrets out that took the high ground position. Very interesting pathing from FGCU Blue already. Try and maybe phase out what Rio Grande wants to do, but that's a beautiful vortex coming down. It's ravenous, and it's dragging everyone onto the objective where they want him to be. Logo falls. Beautiful anti-nade to fall from Nullen as well. And that is going to be a first fight win from Rio Grande, no doubt.
And now it's going to be a delayed stagger on both these players as well. I don't necessarily see them escaping. Lavender will bypass through things. Yeah. Nice sleep, too, on Anonymous, not to have them get through. No elimination, though. This is back to just, I think, the first round, right? Just the level of aggression. Keep in mind, speaking Anonymous, pulse bomb at the ready. And you don't have much to be able to deny it, right? If the stick comes through, that's going to be lethal.
Looking at this right now. Just look for a pulse bomb that just gets that first pick. Anonymous is definitely zipping around, but they have to recall. That's a very good wall, though, coming out instantly from Hera Derp, sorry. make sure they get the elimination onto Zappy. And Mouse does trade that back onto Logo, and there's more eliminations following suit. Ghoul gets a triple kill, make it a quad kill. Hanzo is back, not just as Cupid, but as a deadly player in the lobby in this one.
Absolutely no fear from Ghoul there. They literally anti-nade and at half HP push the advantage into the entire May of all players. So sometimes you gotta affect your will on the lobby, and Ghoul does just that. Now, University of Rio Grande, I mean, talking about resource management again, look at everything they have to bring to bear. And FGCU Blue, Annihilation, maybe it's going to be mirrored, and on top of that, you're walking into a Dragon Strike.
Go into a Dragon Strike, you're not going to be able to fight any longer. Beautiful Annihilation from both tanks coming out at the moment. Maybe Zappy, though, that finds the value, gets a triple. That's still alive, but won't really be able to get much more value out of that ultimate. Means there's going to be a 60 or 86% and counting for University of Rio Grande. They're trying to get around the cliff, but there's already a Tracer in the face of the Symmetra. Teleporter is not going to be able to save you from that one. Photon Barrier to maybe get some more engagement out of it, but Ghoul already gets another triple kill. No stopping today. We'll just jump off the map. Has had enough of this one, and Rio Grande gets a 1-0 lead.
I mean, now we're seeing how that 3-0 scoreline from the last game they took came to be. Get a quick highlight here from this game, but I mean, yeah, the extremely impressive thing there is the honestly teamwork that University of Rio Grande showcased in map number 1. All those, you know, those 3 pillars I talked about in terms of the competitive mindset when you approach, you know, a fight. A lot of that can be very difficult to achieve if your team is not on the same page, right? You're all focusing a different target. You're not really sure what the next play is going to be. You know, that's where players sometimes will over ult, right? Too many ultimates because they both expect they need to kind of carry the fight. None of that from University of Rio Grande. Very disciplined gameplay from them. And so from top to bottom, this is a highlight-worthy performance from this squad. And I mean, it's only week 2, right? This is just a great showcase from them coming in to this performance on Lijiang Tower.
And I do have to question, though, how much teamwork and target focus there's really needed when you have Ghoul just shooting 4 targets, headshot, 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 headshot. You know, at that point, that's just DPS getting a little bit of pop-off moment. But no, like you said, there was plenty of moments where that wasn't the case. You're just seeing that teamwork showcased beautifully, like whether it's the post-Maywall fight that they have, whether it's the way they played around the teleports from the Symmetra. There's definitely different things going on here and there, but yeah, we're gonna be seeing more of both of these teams coming up soon, of course, because they play a first of 3 series, and we've only had 1 map, so at least 2 more to go, Lafon.
Yeah, when we return, we'll get set for map number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome back. It's time for map 2 between UFGC Blue and Rio Grande. Rio Grande letting nothing through on that first map of Lijiang Tower. UFGC Blue is not going to let that stop them. They had a 3-2 victory last week, so we know they have some determination left.
They do indeed. And as we head into map number 2, Man of Class, could I trouble you for a drum roll as to where we're headed to next?
I don't know if you can hear it, but we'll try.
We'll say we heard it. I think I did, so that's good. We're headed to Midtown. A celebration everywhere. I'm actually super excited to see this map in our game here because this does also we've throughout this broadcast and really for a lot of the early days of NECC, you're going to hear talk of kind of how the game's sort of evolving. One of the key parts of that, though, is maps. We have a ton of new maps in the game stepping into Overwatch 2. And sure, Lijiang Tower and King's Row, they're well played, right? Like familiar clothing. They're well worn and you kind of know how they sit on you properly. But they do get a little bit boring at times. And heading into Midtown, right, there's an opportunity for new pathing, showcasing new and approaches to how you kind of want to take fights. And I'm really excited to see once we get into the map itself how that plays through. It invigorates, I think, the points we were talking about in the previous map and just brings it to a new level. Yeah,
for sure. Midtown. It's not just a new map. It's a new map in a new game. There's so much to look at for this map. Not just that it looks cool, because obviously it has this whole the proper inspiration of the city of New York that actually does shine through. But you get that little Overwatch futuristic taste on it, like the floating police cars. Even though it's a pizza place, like a proper New York pizza place, it still has the neon signs, like the digital signs above it. But there's so much to it. My favorite part about spawning on the attacker spawn is that there is a pizza in the oven, and when you smack it, it just sort of implodes in on itself. It's a really cool graphic way that they've done it. But yeah, there's some cool things you can do. Obviously, everyone always trashes the pizza place, just like you would do when you're actually in New York. You trash all the pizza places. That's how it works, apparently. It's culture. But yeah.
What's your favorite pizza topping here?
Ooh, my favorite pizza topping in general.
What's the go-to?
I would go with mushrooms. That's just because I love mushrooms in general, like just a lot. And that's assuming that like tomato sauce, cheese / mozzarella is just
We're assuming a
basic.
We're assuming a basic setup. What's the top you top? All right, fair enough. Well, with that being said, some pretty interesting looks. FGCU Blue, they've got the Sigma in tow. And actually putting a sniper composition or a poke composition here, right, with the Baptiste, with the Zen, a lot of range damage, but can be assailed in close quarters, which is sort of what University of Rio Grande want to do, right, between the Echo, between the Reaper, and of course the Ramatra. So definitely going to be a lot of work required here for the snipers of FGCU Blue.
You can take that pathing where you just go through the train cart. There's not a lot of sight lines to take for the snipers, but it doesn't really matter if you just have an Echo fly through the open onto your Zenyatta. They will get a bit of a trade back and forth, but Ghoul now gets to have the sight lines, gets to see some targets and click some heads. Does it on Lavender already. H-Spark will fall as well, and it's going to be University of Rio Grande probably getting sent back to spawn here. With only 2 members through the choke. Make that one. It's just the Ramatra, and you're going to get staggered, boy.
That was almost a very nice play, or a nice setup, I should say, by the Ana Lavender. The anti-nade comes down the backline, hits 3 people, just the follow through not quite in time, and the hold steps in. So, I mean, so far, a really good defense for the University of Rio Grande, and after you see the move, we'll have to go back to the drawing board.
That's a good start. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I was gonna say it is Rio Grande on the defense. The FCC Blue though looking for a little bit more. They're gonna have a good start to this attack at least. Gonna trade 1-for-1, but there's Ghoul once again with a shot on their further this time around. Nolan takes down Zed's dead with a couple of good BAP shots. Gonna find Lavender as well. She's gonna have to go back to spawn. Just gets a triple. That's a triple in this fight. The Baptiste, more than a support, it's a DPS.
That Baptiste is quietly really scary on the damage department if
Really
you're not paying attention, right? The burst, almost no recoil as well, and you can really put some damage down. Nolan does exactly that, and I mean, University of Rio Grande well on their way to, halfway to the hold essentially, and still working with a lot of tools on this front.
Ooh, Ghoul almost getting a triple kill, but just sells for the 1. Another mouse taking down H Park, so it's already going to be a very, well, useless attack almost to get through because there's just too much damage coming your way, or too many pickoffs that are just happening. They can't find their pathing. And Rio Grande is just a little bit too strong on the defense at the moment. FGC Blue looking for 1, maybe 2 more chances, but they're really well running out of time, especially when you have picks like that happen.
One of the things too of University of Rio Grande is, drawing back to that teamwork. They don't allow one player to be the focus of attention for too long. It's always juggling sort of aggression of their opposition, right? Whether it's Ghoul or Anonymous stepping forward, right? And then Mad Puppy, who stepped in for this map specifically as a substitute. Big aggressive setup now with the nano boost.
Transcendence to deny the nano boost at Winston, but it's not going to be enough for the nano boost at Winston in general. Yeah, you have your primal rage that comes out, but you just use 3 ultimates. What you got for it? Absolutely 0. Meanwhile, Rio Grande is getting all the value they need. They just have another mouse's overclock left. But what more do you need, really, than an ultimate that can one-shot things? It's great.
Yeah, I mean, tragically for FGCU Blue is that it's an all-for-all trade, right? And now in the final moments, you're down a player, Ghoul, picking up right where they left off from map number 1. Overclock in tow. And the only ultimate that FGCU Blue had is no longer here.
It's already over. It's already done. They can't even get to the objective. 0% gained, and Rio Grande, they just want to go home. I think they just want to get this done. They don't even want to fight for. I mean, they have to play the next map obviously, and they have to still finish this one. But it doesn't look like they want to take more time than is necessary for any particular part of this game. Even these fights end ridiculously quick, LaFon. Like they barely are fights.
I mean, also let's to kind of draw attention to it. Mad Puppy and Fury 3 both step in here, by the way, as substitutes, and they're playing phenomenally. Just tremendously well. Coming in as a substitute on a second map, not even requiring a warm-up, getting that full hold. A lot of credit has to be given to those players. So University of Rio Grande, it's not just the first 5. It's every player they've had to this point continues to have that level of attention to detail, and now find themselves only 1/3 of the point away from taking from holding match point.
Yeah, very true. And I mean, it's interesting as well if you look at both these rosters. I alluded to it a little bit before, but Rio Grande, most of their players just list themselves as flex. The only ones that have a sort of set role are Zappy, Call Me Massey, and Therio 3. They're tank and 2 supports respectively. Everyone else lists themselves as flex. So yeah, it makes it that you can't really predict what they're going to do in most situations, and that is coming through so far. They're just a very flexible unit, and an effective one at that.
Well, I mean, for a poke composition, there's going to be a lot of shield break here. Zed's dead. Might just be describing your shield in a moment.
I mean, they're not even trying to take an interesting route. They're just going straight up through the middle. They say, well, if you want to fight us, you're going to have to come and fight us right here up the middle. Not even worrying about high grounds, not even worrying about an actual choke. They're just fighting here. Gonna be Ghoul looking for another pick off. They do it instantly on H Spark, just behind the Sigma shield. Wasn't up in time, barely missed it. And that's, I mean, just first pick gone. No more Mabel to worry about. The Torbjorn gone. Turret's probably going to take it out soon. There we go. And now it's a 5v3 with a Mercy that can't get to a rest target. Kiriko already separated from the rest of her squad. This is not even a fight. It's just a very methodical, surgical dismantling of a defense.
That'll be it. Last player goes down. I don't even believe there's going to be a contest. As a University of Rio Grande, they'll take that second map, put themselves at match point here. One away from keeping themselves flawless at the start of the season. What a tremendous showcase. And yeah, I mean, surgical dismantling. That is the perfect way to describe it for that run. Quick highlight here of the Baptiste.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this I would say this kind of says it all. Obviously, there's way more that happened, but just the fact that your support has so much space to just do DPS over healing is says a lot about how sort of efficient you're playing as a team.
Yeah.
You don't even have to worry about it. One support that does healing is all you need. The other one can just focus on left clicking rather than right clicking on Baptiste. Yeah, great.
Yeah, I mean, as we get set to kind of see if there's an opportunity here for for a showcase, for a return to form for FGCU Blue. Keep in mind they did have a 3-2 win last week, right? There is still an opportunity here for them, I think, to step forward. But the fact of the matter is, I think at this stage of the game, Rio Grande has given themselves enough room in terms of their system, right? There is.
Yeah.
Even if you make mistakes in play, there's enough space being bought by multiple different players that you're able to recover gracefully. We saw that, I think, more critically on Lijiang Tao or on our first map than anything else, because a player may be taken out at one point and still the fight continues because you have that much more space to work with. So yeah, a lot of credit to University of Rio Grande as they put themselves here at match point.
Yeah, for sure. And, obviously, since we're going to Escort next, Escort is always that map type that can very heavily rely on that momentum that you can build. Other than Hybrid, where you keep sort of having to attack that same particular corner and then start pushing the cart, you just start pushing the cart straight up. So there's a lot more you can do with the space around the cart and further into the map that you don't really get to do on Hybrid maps, which means that closer holds to the spawn for the defense. But also snowballing after you've got an objective for the attack is very much possible. We don't have much more Gibraltar in the pool right now, where that's like a real problem, where every single time you get that first point, you just get a couple of staggers straight away on first and on second point. But there's still a lot of that goes on, where you can take a lot of space further forward as soon as you get a little bit of point control. So we'll see if that momentum actually gets captured or capitalized on by Rio Grande, as they've been showing in other maps that they're probably likely to do, or whether FCGC Blue can also show a little bit of that, their own impression.
Two notes, of course, for this upcoming map. One is Circuit Royale, is where we're headed to next, and the second is that we have a substitute returning into the game. It's going to be Zappy1237 back in for University of Rio Grande on the tank role. So couple of notes and highlights there. Interesting that Zappy123 makes the comeback, by the way. Obviously Circuit Royale is our look, and we did just see the sniper composition being run by Rio Grande. Circuit Royale, that's where poke compositions have historically been the best in Overwatch 2. So does Zappy123 continue to run the Sigma, or are they going to change roles to something a little more flexible compositionally on this map?
Look, I'm just worried because Ghoul, like we saw the Widowmaker and the last map, whether it's defense or attack, it doesn't really matter. Ghoul, as long as they get the opportunity to hit those headshots, they are more likely not going to hit them. More likely than not, they are going to hit them. That's basically they're not missing very much. But yeah, it's scary to think about that. That's the map you chose to go to. Maybe because it is more of an classic Widowmaker map. They might also play their own Widowmaker now on the side of Blue, and that could potentially throw the ball around a little bit more, saying like, oh, you get an actual Widow matchup, an actual sniper matchup, which they really didn't have on Midtown. It was very much sort of like mid to close range versus mid to long range on the other side.
Yeah.
But it does worry me. Like it's just, it's not happen.
Certainly. I can't disagree with that at all. The point being, though, you know, if you're selecting this, you do feel confident in your gameplay, and I think we can expect to see, at least attempt to showcase here by FGCU, and I mean to kind of, we've been talking about University of Rio Grande to this point because of how tremendously they've been playing. It's not as if FGCU are a poor team or anything. They've had clearly good micro plays. Unfortunately, I think their macro right now is just a little bit behind University of Rio Grande, and that's really exposing some of the gaps in those moment-to-moment gameplay. So it's getting a little bit of a quicker rotation. Maybe might be an opportunity. If we look back in Midtown, that one play where they went through the bottom left-hand side to try and approach the objective. By the time they'd gotten through there, one player had already been picked off. You need to kind of protect that player so you can get in 5v5. Obviously, with Circuit Royale, you don't need to have those many, you don't need to have those rotations. It's more brute force a lot of the time because you can take straight angles. And so definitely curious if FGCU Blue can kind of make that work.
It is also very curious, at least to me. They're really not enough players mode. I was gonna say it is the defense. That's not something I was expecting, but that's because the map hadn't really started yet. So yeah, I mean, obviously we're expecting some form of sniper, whether it's the Hanzo or the Widowmaker from Ghoul, because they're starting on the defense on the side of Rio Grande. FGCU Blue. I mean, I'm assuming they have more of a staple composition here that they want to run. Because obviously they pick the map, so then you would think that they have something planned for this, or something that they scrimmed with. It does look like they want us to run out at least with the Widowmaker, and then potentially the Bastion for some shield break if it exists. Sigma has always been a very popular hero on this map ever since its inception. So breaking that shield instantly with the Bastion could be a very viable resource, especially in the Widow matchup, if they don't block each other. What I also really want to see, especially from Zappy, is seeing if you can block off the Ana healing and utility on the side of FGCU Blue. If you can stop that Sigma from getting support from his backline.
Typically, Nolan, who was the highlight earner in our last game, is on the Zenyatta. And in a map where poke is kind of the play, Zenyatta can really shred. And of course, Discord Orbs, such a valuable piece of utility. So keep that in mind.
Already spotted. Already
Tragically,
taken
Ghoul
out.
has a shield and Herderp does not. So a little bit of an unfair 1v1 there.
I wonder as well whether Herderp had actually spotted where Ghoul was, because Ghoul had the early sights on like, oh, that's where they are, so I'm just gonna place my crosshair. This time around, they do grapple in. They're gonna be able to make it up the stairs. I don't know if Ghoul has seen this. We of course saw the outline of the Widowmaker. So I do hope it's going to be a little bit more advantage. But no, once again, Ghoul gets the easy shot. Doesn't have to worry about anything, even with the shield in the way. Bastion's going to fall, and there's no progress, barely, or at least barely any made so far by FGCU Blue. But they still have 3 minutes. Plenty of time to go.
Yeah, it's going to be about... scouting is going to be the name of the game. Good shield there. Early aggressive setup. Forces Ghoul to kind of retreat for the moment. You need the shield to break before your Widow can actually take this battle, right? You can't kind of walk out for free because, again, that was so risky.
I think they're trying to time the Sigma shield exactly when that shot from Ghoul would come out, but that's not there. The Vitality field gets taken up by Herderp. They should have been looking at that Widowmaker potentially. Zed's dead is indeed eliminated. Ghoul just gets healed back up from the little damage that they indeed took. Herderp's going to switch over to the Hanzo.
I like this change.
They're going to go for pure spam and shield breaking.
Yeah, I like this change. You're not taking the head-to-head very easily, so change your approach. This is not a sniper v sniper duel anymore. It is technically two poke compositions, but realistically what it is trying to overwhelm, well, with the switch to the Winston no longer, but it's trying to overwhelm the shields and then put pressure on the Widowmaker afterwards.
And the Winston was at least distracted from shooting at the DPS, but it's going to go down so quickly that it barely is a distraction at all. Ghoul finds Herderp straight after, and it's once again a 5v3 sort of finish off an engagement. And what even can you do anymore at this stage where you FGCU Blue? It feels like they have almost given up hope themselves.
Nice shot.
That's a good pick-off.
Good start, good start. You're gonna have a nano boost here for the Winston as well. ZZ needs to stay alive. You can't overcommit.
That Mercy healing is so good now, though, with that extra 50% when they're low.
Give your Winston your nano, jump right in. Anonymous should be dead. Oh, the Transcendence,
Transcendence. No anti-nade as well to help that out. Oh, there it is. Maybe a little bit, but H-Park already out. No more spam. There they go. It's Nolan. It's Anonymous. They both go down to Herdorf, and Zed's dead. Zed's dead now with the Primal Rage. Put a lot of pressure on that Ghoul Widowmaker. The Gravitic Flux is out. Will barely find the activation and the accretion onto it. There's a very low Sigma. Will eventually fall, and it's going to be Ghoul going down. They are going to get some progress on this card. I don't think that will be a good recontest, but there might be a recontest coming out.
I mean, especially with the Transcendence and the Gravitic Flux committed, there isn't nearly as much value. I think what's going here is University of Rio Grande. They're going for the Deadeye into the Ant Matrix to try and just burst down damage before anyone can react.
And there's no real shield, but that's a good Dragon Strike. They preemptively stopped that from going out. The zoning Dragon Strike. That's a heads-up play.
Yeah, unironically,
still
a
get it.
great
They still
play.
do
But yeah, but it doesn't matter because the point's already been captured. So that's just essentially, it delays a fight here and uses 2 ultimates to not even contest the point. So a tremendous Dragon Strike there from Herajurp, who I have to say unlocks that point in a big way after the switch to the Hanzo and the combo that FGCU Blue brought forward. So great heads-up gameplay by this squad and some good teamwork, which, you know, is what they're going to need if they want to find a little bit more progress.
I think I'm still a little bit worried because now essentially what they've done, they pushed them back into spawns. This entire corner is and the high ground are in complete control of Rio Grande. That could spell disaster, but they already take down Nolan. It's a good jump in from Zed's dead. The Winston really doing, working out, getting some value, but they don't get back to get healed by the rest of their team. Ghoul takes out Herajurp and back to spawn for FGCU Blue.
Still, progress is progress, and that's the important thing here, right? So, at this stage of the game, you're trying to look for perhaps another combo, try and generate another nano boost. Keep in mind, University of Rio Grande doesn't have actually a whole lot available to them, right? It's just the infra site at the ready. A small window of opportunity here for FGCU Blue if they go fast with, the Torb, or the Bastion ultimate, rather.
The infra site, a very powerful tool on this part of the map, and if you're going to start using it, that's a beautiful Bastion ult that comes out. They do lose 2 members in the process. Can get res up 1, but the healing doesn't quite come through on H-Park when it was needed. Gravitic Flux come through, that's the Mercy out, and another fight won by Rio Grande. Little bit of a health bar worry there for the Sigma, and they do lose it on a mouse. But there is still only a minute 20 on the clock for FGCU Blue. Not even that.
This is a winnable fight, right? You've got nano. I mean, you need to start committing to this fight here if you're FGCU Blue. Good nano, excellent stuff to move this one forward.
Very well timed. They're gonna get a couple eliminations out of that. Sigma's in trouble. It's gonna be the Moira and the Widowmaker. Herajurp finally finds Ghoul. A good pick off. As long as you can get that Widow suppressed, it's gonna have a lot of value, or at least a lot of reduced value for the power of Rio Grande. Less zoning, less pathing you have to worry about. But Lavender gets stuck. That extra second on the Guardian Angel, just a little bit too much, and they don't make it back to the team.
They'll be able. This is the kind of a fight that FGC Blue can't afford to really leave from, though. We'll likely have to actually commit, and the Dragon Strike gets denied because of the elimination.
Beautiful Moira orb, and it's just elimination after elimination. Now with 20 seconds on the clock, they're gonna have to try one more re-engagement. It's gonna have to be a fast one that Winston's gonna have to jump in. ZZ will have to primal though.
Yeah, that's all I got too, right? Herajurp over to the Tracer as well. But I mean, even as you can test on the objective, yeah, Matrix is there. Coalescence will be there too.
Good fake out from the Winston jump, barely dodges the high noon. Immediately primals after. Zed's dead, going awfully low already in that primal rage though. There's the Mercy coming back, but again, the Guardian Angel doesn't quite get you where you need to go anymore these days. And that is going to be the Bastion doing a lot of work though. H-Park finally gets enough of a distraction that they can set up, use that tank form, and completely annihilate the opposition. Without any supports though, gonna need a little bit more, otherwise it's just Nolan that comes in with the DPS Moira. It's the orb, it's the right click, it's the avoidance and the fade of the Moira that is completely annihilating this attack on their own. doesn't need anything else. Nolan for the win. It's going to be FGCU Blue that stops their Formula 1 car just before that capture point on B.
I mean, FGCU Blue, though, I mean, what a tremendous push after being stymied so heavily at the first checkpoint, or at the first objective, rather, right outside their spawn to change their composition up, essentially wholesale, to get what is basically 2/3 of the way through the map, I think is something to be admired tremendously, and now have given themselves at least an opportunity to take this map away, and it's certainly not a free win for the University of Rio Grande.
It really, really is not a free win, but it is a win condition nonetheless. 1 checkpoint and then 80.07 meters in order to get all the way to a match point, win the series, take it home, and take an early exit out of this one. FGCU Blue, though, they're going to try and do everything in their power to stop that from happening. Go to the 2-1 and extend the series to a map 4. We might actually get to see push tonight, but maybe not in this series. We'll see. We'll see. It's still possible. We're going to see Ghoul once again on the Widowmaker. Of course, they're going to start on that. Heradarp on the Widowmaker as well. The defense, they might have a little bit more luck on it when they're on the defense. And H-Park on the Symmetra setting up some early turrets. I'm liking the setup. We'll see whether or not it's going to be valuable enough, or whether Anonymous and Ghoul can do enough damage from range.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
That shield, I mean, you get the shield the shield advantage by being on the high ground, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, your feet are exposed, though. That is so risky.
Really interesting angle to take. Very small angle as well. It almost feels like it's a different game entirely. It's not a tactical shooter. This is Overwatch. You got to move around a little bit. Ghoul already finds H-Park. There finds Heradarp. That's what you get for trying to peek the tiniest angle in the game. It's not going to go well for you unless your name is, well, the legendary Legend 27, 77, whatever the meme was. FGCU Blue gonna have to try again to defend this objective. They're gonna be able to come back before, but Ghoul is gonna say you're not gonna come back anytime soon. H-Park. The Metra falls. Will get the trade though. Will Heradarp, who will just fall themselves through the combination of Sojourn and a Moira Orb. And there's just these early pickoffs. Like, fights just don't even happen sometimes because of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of Widow, right? That's the power of the one-shot capability that Ghoul has been so keen on using throughout this series. And I mean, this is going to be a tough one to exit. Nolan really just stalling everyone. They do get the contest on the checkpoint, though.
Not on time. It wasn't on time. Zed jumped in, but the payload had already ticked in, and then the contest came through, unfortunately. So the suicide of Zed is just, unfortunately, not even really for that much value. With 5 minutes on the clock, it's only 60 meters to push. Not going to be a very tall order for Rio Grande, you'd think, but Ghoul is making that more of an easy promise as well. Every single shot that comes out of that gun seems to be a valuable hit.
Nolan here in the backline while their team is dying. Or I suppose while their team is getting eliminations. It's now a bit of an unfortunate situation.
At this point, the Moira is just another DPS. They don't need the support. They need the healing. They're not even getting the damage on them that can be healed. So Nolan might as well use the right click, use the purple orbs. Because at this point, everything is just getting eliminated on the objective. It's Rio Grande that's going to be pushing this payload into the box of victory, winning Circuit Royale, putting themselves on the 3-0 series win. And FGCU Blue is going to have to go back to the drawing board, figure out a way to bring back another win next week.
Tremendous stuff here from the University of Rio Grande as they'll keep their flawless run as well. So that's another 2-0 today with a 3-0 scoreline. And Moira highlight to close things out is, University of Rio Grande, rather. What more is there to say, I suppose, right, that hasn't already been waxed poetic through the rest of the series? A team that is clearly well-practiced, well-organized, disciplined, with a plan, fight after fight, and that makes for a very, very scary squad. If you don't panic in situations, in high-tension situations, you can get away with a lot. And it looks like University of Rio Grande looking to try and, fight for the top spot in this division.
I really liked as well how they just kept on finding like that next edge of overzealousness almost. It was like, Okay, so how much healing do we actually need? Can our Moru just go
Yeah.
DPS? You know, like in that last fight. I mean, before that, I was already looking very confident they were going to win. But you could get to get these extra steps of how much risk can we take in order to get even more confident or overconfident plays that other teams might punish us for. And I do hope that they are able to keep that restraint when they play against different opponents that might actually be able to punish for them for that. But that's of course a question for the future. For now, we're going to look at other things in the future, which are a little bit more short term, because we have more matches tonight. Fortunately, it is the end for me and LaFon for today, but we do have on this stream another 2 matches coming at you. Next, it's going to be Fresno State Bulldogs versus UH Premier in the Legends West Division. After that, we're going to go to UBCO Serpents versus the UBCO Winton. Going to be the Challengers Pacific Frontier Division. So we're going to have a new caster pair coming at you that will be Nuclear and Old Charge. Don't go anywhere. You can, of course, go grab some snacks, grab some drinks, because we'll have to set up the next game for you. But hope to see you then. And for me and LaFon, have a great night.
Hello friends, who's ready for some more Overwatch? We're stepping up to the Legends division here for our third game of week number 2. I'll charge alongside Chase Newcomb here. Chase, how are we feeling going into another game where we get to cast Fresno?
Oh man, another game, another Fresno match, and I'm thrilled to be here alongside you, Berkeley. Tonight they're going on against University of Houston, and I think things are going to get hot and heavy as both of these teams are really trying to make a place in the Legends division going into tonight's match.
Yeah, Legends expanded from 8 teams to 19 teams, I think, more than doubled over the course of winter break. So we know who the front runners are. They're pretty much the same as last season, but there is so much room in the middle of the pack, and these two teams are hungry to just make their stay there and set their feet. We do have a different system here. If you haven't watched too much of the NECC in the spring, it's pick ban system now for maps, and that's a nice little change. We talked about this last week on our cast, that you don't have to prepare for a set map pool. Instead, you just have to be a well-rounded team all season long, ready for anything.
Absolutely, and that's also going to be apparent in the heroes changes as well, Berkeley, and I'm eager to see how they play this week. Last week, it was a little rocky back and forth. It seemed as everyone was still getting their footing after the patch, but I'm sure going into this week, everyone will have had time to scrim and ensure that they're ready for the matches this evening.
Yeah, and already we actually do have our first ban. Houston banned Oasis, Fresno picked Nepal, so we've got our battleground set for map number 1, Control. Getting right into the pool, you can see Control, Hybrid, Escort, Push, Control, Tiebreaker. We never get there in the regular season, so don't be worried about that right now. Both of the games on stream so far have been 3-0s. This one could be a little bit tighter. Premier comes in 1-0. They swept GCU in week 1. Fresno State, the game that you and I casted, Chase, they lost to University of Oregon Green. That was a 3-0, but it was about as close of a 3-0 as you could be, and these two teams really showed their talent in week 1.
It was really a nail biter. And if I remember correctly in that set, Berkeley, we were going crazy about Esdeath. She was doing some crazy stuff in the back line. But as you said with the map pool, as you noticed, it is a 1st to 3. We will be going control, hybrid, escort, then push. Like you said, Berkeley, the tiebreaker really doesn't ever happen around here. Not until we get further into the season.
I don't think... This is my 6th semester now with NECC. I don't think I've ever seen a regular season tiebreaker. Usually we just kind of hang on to those for the playoffs. We do have our starting lineups now. I don't know if we have a graphic for you this week because we're on a little bit of a delay here. But all we do, look at that. Sin,
Wonderful.
the production wizard, is on top of it. This is Fresno. Pretty similar to what we saw in week 1. KVC, Venari, Esdeath, Phoenix. Mystery Hero for number 4. Didn't quite get that one in time. We're right at the buzzer, but let's go check out Premier now, because this is the team that you and I are not familiar with.
Yeah, I've not seen much coming out of this team, but we got Greetings, Nograd, Yodel, and Dino Lobster on the side of the Legends division. It's Premier, and we'll see who the 5th member is when we get into the action. We're actually doing it to just keep you on your toes, chat. You know that's how we rock around here.
Actually, I'm getting word from our observer, Carol, that the starters are going to be a little bit different here. I think the team submitted these before the games, and they've shaken things up on us. So, real starters are going to be, for Fresno, Sundown, Zemp, Sushime, PB Cord, and Venari. Some of those were what they submitted, some a little bit different. And then for Premier, we've got Greetings on tank, Zavilio on DPS, dueling with Nograd, and then Vu and Fuify are going to be the supports for them. So should be just about ready to jump into Oasis for map number 1, or Nepal. Yeah, Nepal. Oasis was banned. But Nuke, talking about Nepal, 5v5, you're a program director. You probably have a pretty good grasp of what the meta is. Spicy Patch really shook it up a couple of weeks ago, but what should we expect on Nepal?
Oh, I expect it's going to be a difference of play styles depending on what each comp decides to go. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of Ramatras throw in Annihilation as an ultimate. It's now capped at 20 seconds, but that really didn't make all that much of a difference. Couple of changes to Reinhardt. We could see Reinhardt on the point. It's, like I said, dependent on what these teams decide to go. If they decide to go with the Symmetra strats, which are very strong on Nepal, then they might go for more of a campy composition. I've also seen a lot of Wrecking Ball make his debut in Overwatch 2. Surprisingly enough, he's not really been around, but the changes in the patches also made him a little stronger. So we'll see going into tonight what they decide on either side. I think it's going to be a difference in composition, but that's what I love, Berkeley, about Overwatch 2 is the fact that it's a lot more of a counterplay system than what it was in Overwatch 1. In Overwatch 1, you could brunt force your way through a pharmacy, but in Overwatch 2, you're going to have to switch heroes if you're going to want to deal with that.
Yeah, in Overwatch 1, usually you just had to change like one piece of the puzzle. Like if they had a Pharah or an Echo, you could switch to a hit scan. Your off tank could just go over to a Diva pick. Not a lot of huge changes had to happen all at once, but in Overwatch 2, yeah, it really does feel like if you're going to make changes, it has to be 3 to 5 people on your roster switching things up to adapt to that new strategy. It really is just full-on team play. If you want to change anything with your composition, everyone has to buy in.
Yeah. And with that being said, Berkeley, it's also a matter of now you need to master more heroes to have a more diverse pool of heroes when needing to make these transitions. So I think overall it's going to increase the playability of the game moving forward for the next few years. That is if we can get the balances a little bit more tweaked.
Yeah, new game. It still is going to take maybe another season or so to really hone in that balance. I think it's in a really strong spot right now, but if it
You actually
gets just
tweeted that
tweaked
out.
a little bit, yeah, I do. I think it's a really good balance right now. On ranked, there's a few outliers that are insane, but when we get into like high ranked esports, there's like 3 or 4 comps that are really viable. We've seen teams in Legends Division do super well on a Wrecking Ball dive. We've seen teams post up on Reinhardt and brawl it out. We've seen Ramatras and Sigmas. So really, I'm quite happy with it, and especially at the higher ranks, I think it's very fluid. Lower ranks, Mercy Pocket is OP, but we'll fix that. We'll definitely end up fixing that when the time comes around.
Yeah, I was gonna say you think it's in a really good state right now, but Mercy's looking a little strong
She is.
in the
She
current
is.
meta.
Especially in those lower ranks where focus fire isn't quite as good. People who get that mercy pocket are darn near unkillable. They all suddenly become a tank. Nuke, I want to actually spoil our little game that we have going for the people watching. So, Nuke and I have each given each other a pair of words that we have to say. I gave Nuke a very difficult one. He gave me the words Whopper and Goose. So if you hear those at some point, that's why you hear them. Nuke, what did I give you? Because I think chat's really going to like them.
Well, the words that I thought I gave Berkeley some good words, and he gave me Sriracha and Dixon Ticonderoga #2, like the
Yes.
pencil. So that'll be fun. Don't worry, I've got some things on my mind, and my words will be sharp during this.
We got two games to fire those off, so I think we're gonna be okay with that.
I think we got it 100%. So stick around for both games. You may hear one game, you may hear one the other. Heck, we may put it in the back pocket and just pull it out in the second cast. But going into Nepal, we're very briefly going to see what each side is going to choose in terms of heroes here in the next couple of seconds. Getting a little bit of information. Looks like UH Premier's going to opt for more of a dive composition. As I say that, they're changing it up a little bit. They're going to maybe go with the Ramatra here, which is pretty smart. Sundown going Ryan, and Berkeley, it's pretty much been these two tanks going head-to-head. You may see an Orisa, but I've seen a lot of Reinhardts go into Ramatra and Igualmente, likewise other way.
Yeah, pick your poison, right? As the spawn doors open, we're underway here in Nepal for map number 1. Sundown on the Rhine, Greetings on the Ramatra. Ramatra in the Nemesis form counters Rhine pretty well, can shoot through that shield, but Sundown, if he closes at the distance and Greetings is not in Nemesis form, well, that's when Sundown is gonna start swinging for the fences.
Yeah, and they're trying to push through the choke now. Both teams do have a May. However, that's going to be the Immortality field placed for Fresno State. Boo and Zimp trading some kills on both sides. That's going to be UH Premier without their tank. And Fresno State backed back into the corner as UH Premier can make their way to point and cap this first one, Berkeley.
Fresno State's going to get set back up. They're actually going to rotate around quickly, not let UH Premier get the cap, but UH Premier do sneak it in right at the buzzer there. Sundown tries for a dicey little pin there, pays for it with the life. The May player on the side of UH Premier is Avilio, able to shut down the tank on the side of Fresno, and should just be around 15% in climbing. UH Premier's probably going to lock in around 30% to start this game.
That's going to be valuable, but they are going to set back up, try to make their way to point. They do have field coming up from Venari. If they're able to get a great angle here, looks like they're going to go high ground. Very smart move. They could get an angle, maybe get Zimp some picks on UH Premier. Maybe catch Fuify a little out of position, but that's going to be UH Premier. Premonition states that they're going to go through, but that speed boost is going to get them past the choke point.
Closing right onto Greetings, and that is not a very friendly greeting right there. Zavilio throws out the Blizzard as well. Might be a little bit too late, though, as Zem starts to come alive. Finds a pair of kills to start that fight. No grab, though. Great positioning here on the low ground, but ever so deadly with that Peacekeeper. Evens out the fight. It's a 3 versus 3. Venari trying to do some damage from the high ground. We'll see if they can get it done. In the meantime, Nograd still has not been dealt with, and now the reinforcements are back for UH Premier. Greetings comes through the door, and Sundown has to head for the hills.
Aye, yeah, the sun is setting, my friend. Time to reset and go for another day, as they would say. Fresno State deciding and really putting all their chips in this high ground. I'm not sure if it's quite the move here, Berkeley. They should look at changing up their strategy. Maybe mixing and speed boosting through the front might get them to point. They have 4 ultimates online, but it's not going to matter if they can't touch. With 90% on the board, UH Premier has set themselves up nicely to take this first point.
Yeah, and Houston, UH Premier, they've done a great job holding on to both support ultimates too when this fight pops off in the next few seconds here. High Noon coming out first from Nograd. Zeb in some bad positioning there because of the Deadeye. Ends up being taken down by an Icicle headshot. And now the support ultimates come loose for Premier. Fuify able to take down Sundown. Tsushime wins the May duel, but as the overtime wick burns, I don't know if Fresno State is long for this world. They've got to find kills. They've got to find them fast. Tsushime trying to get it done, but Greetings with a melee silences the May on the side of Fresno. And here we've got the UH Premier squad taking round number 1, 100-0.
Melee? More like May-less. Right, Berkeley?
Yeah? I'll back you up on that.
Thanks, Berkeley. Appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. That first point, we had some great coverage from that blizzard from Tsushima. Unfortunately, no one was around to capitalize. It perfectly covered point. UH Premier was had no choice but to step off, but Ramatra going into Nemesis form and pummeling the rest of the team ensured a victory on the first point for UH Premier. Going into the second point, I want to see Fresno switch it up, and my anticipation is coming to Aurora. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Old Church.
Yeah, Tsushima going over to the Tracer, Sundown on the Orisa now, and Venari swapping over to the Kiriko. So, like we said, if you want to change your identity, it's going to take at least 3 players on your team. We do have Zavilio setting up the sim turrets, trying to lock down this objective early and make it a laser light show that is awfully deadly for Fresno to step foot on. Fresno carts around to the coast side here. TP comes in. We're going to be seeing Zavilio get a little bit fancy here, up on the high ground on the pillar in the back, just to try and distract the Bulldogs for a brief moment. But the Bulldogs don't bite. Instead, they die in the front line. Greetings and Fuify. Fuify? Fuify. Oh, man, just dicing them up there by the elephant statue.
Absolutely, and UH Premier doing a great job of their positioning so far in this Legends match. That's the one thing separating both teams. I think that it's primarily how they're positioned and playing around the front line. UH Premier just staying behind the Ramatra and creating so much distance. Fresno State keep trying to get some picks on these off angles, but it's not quite working out for them yet, and they haven't quite found their stride as they've made a couple of changes on different heroes, but I anticipate they'll do the same until it pays off for them.
Zavilio trying to go into the back line with a TP. In the meantime, Greetings awfully battered and bruised up front. Has to shield dance here. Tsushima able to finally find that kill. They've been doing a great job dealing with Greetings, but closing the distance onto Nograd has been the tough task at hand. Nograd able to live through that sticky. A nice cleanse there from Vu to keep the Cassidy alive. Zavilio rolls right back into the fight with a level 3 beam, ready to fry. The pulse bomb's got nothing sticky on it, and Zavilio continues to pop too, make it 3 kills. That one helped out by Fuify, and this one's already dusted. Fresno take around 15%, but it's given right back to UH Premier.
Yeah, UH Premier playing very well around Zavilio, and Vu causing a ruckus for the UH Premier backline, throwing the protection Suzu when everyone was so low, and Zimp nailed the sticky on Nograd. That opened up the point for them to be able to push in and reclaim it with only 16% on the side of the Bulldogs. Berkeley, what do you think the Bulldogs use here to get into this fight?
Some mental fortitude to live through this annihilation that Greetings has in store for him. Fresno does get the flip very early. UH Premier just conceded it there to the Kitsune rush from Venari. They don't want to mess with that at all. But now the sound barrier comes out and they're ready to rumble. Greetings pops the annihilation, goes in, trying to pummel this Fresno Bulldog squad. Nograd from the back line, able to dead-eye down Sundown. And Nograd's not done there. Headshot Tsushima before getting taken down by Zep. Is it enough for UH Premier to flip this one back?
I would hope so. They had such a great setup at the beginning. That's going to be Vu actually getting a solid shot on PB Cord while turning around and simultaneously keeping the rest of the team alive. UH Premier with a masterclass in what Berkeley and I consider to be the most overpowered skill in the game. Berkeley, what would that be?
That would be backing up. That is how you live through ultimates in Overwatch 2.
That's exactly what they did. They even gave up point not playing around the Kitsune rush, where they said, we're going to back up, and they waited in wake Greetings with a salutations of the annihilation recap point.
Right now the Bulldogs have to force the issue. It's a 4 versus 5 fight. Tsushima still coming back, but Zemp's able to take down the man that's been carrying UH Premier. Nograd no longer for this world. Sundown primal Zavilio. And here we do have a flip coming in for the Bulldogs as UH Premier hold it with 99%. This fight's not over yet, though.
Oh, I wonder how long UH Premier can keep up this high level of macro, Berkeley. This reaction time is pretty crazy on both sides. I say that as Greetings just gets a pummel kill, and it almost, it's infuriating at that point. But 60% on the board now for the Bulldogs. Looks like they are going to hold at least for the short term. Both of their supports are alive. They just have to make their way back to point and ensure that this isn't flipped over.
And another Kitsune rush comes out here from Venari. Vu and Fuify try to counter with support ultimates of their own for UH Premier. UH Premier spending everything to try and buy back into this fight and end Nepal right here on round number 2. They nearly have the flip. Sushime is able to take down Vu. Zavilio goes down as well, and it looks like we have to have a fast reset here for UH Premier because the Bulldogs are on the doorstep of winning round 2.
No grad. Now with a very hard call here in the final seconds of the second point. Is it going to stay on the Cole Cassidy? It's going to swap. Looks like they're going to stay and just try to make it back to point in time, relying on the rest of the team to keep them alive.
Oh, and supports are down for Premier. That's not a good sign. Zavilio tries to swing it back with just one Elim onto Zemp. It's not going to be enough here as the overtime wick starts to burn. UH Premier has a fast team to reset, but they're not going to make it in time, and we're all tied up on Nepal.
Venari as well with that double headshot. Tink, tink on the side of Fresno. That was just a beautiful way to round out that round, or round out this first point 1-1.
Coming in now to the toughest point of Nepal, one where teams usually don't even step foot on the objective until there's a team wipe. What is the call here? Do you stay with this composition if you're UH Premier where you don't have a mobile tank? Because it seems like even though Greetings goes down first in a lot of these fights, UH Premier's positioning for their DPS really keeps them safe and keeps them in these longer fights.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Their DPS are... I think it's the battle of the healers on either side, though, Berkeley. It's Vu and Venari that are keeping the team alive and getting these clutch kills. Not to say the stickies from Nograd and Zimp aren't anything short of spectacular. I guess it's going to be a determination of who gets the first pick and who's able to set up better, because both sides, I would argue, Berkeley, don't really have any mobility outside of their maybe 1 or 2 DPS. And their supports, I reckon. I mean, the tanks aren't really mobile.
Yeah, the tanks are just anchors in these compositions. Okay, the point is unlocked. Will anyone try to cap it right away? Sushime is bullied off the point. UH Premier starts to step foot onto it. Sundown says, not so fast. Greetings, I'm going to close the distance right onto you. Fufai's in some danger here. Has to boop away Sushime, able to live for a moment, but just for how long? Greetings in the meantime. The supports are away. They're too far behind. Sundown gets the kill, and Fresno has a chance at capping.
Yeah, so now if I'm UH Premier Berkeley, I'm maybe making a swap. Greetings, however, though, in that one fight, was able to get 53% towards the Annihilation. That will be Greetings switching to Orisa, and that's been the telltale of Overwatch 2. They have an Orisa, switch to Orisa.
They have an Orisa, we have an Orisa.
Exactly.
I see your hand and I call.
Well, I'm eager to see who comes out in the Battle of the Cattles. But on both sides, trying to make their way to point, UH Premier going to backdoor. Smart move on their end. They do have Civilio on the Junkrat. Gonna lay a trap inside of this room, and even if they come to contest them, they're gonna have a bad time with all of those mines.
Man, they Kitsune rushed in here. That is just mean, starting to brutalize this UH Premier team, but Civilio on the Junkrat's able to blow up PB Cord inside. That's what the Junk was hoping to do. That one had something sticky on it. The 2K for Sushime.
Sushime with the double kill, and it was in such a small space. I was able to kill 2 people. Sushime with on a roll, 3 kills now. Gonna keep the Bulldogs on the board, and this is exactly what we were saying earlier, Berkeley. The Bulldogs may not be a bullet train like UH Premier right out the gate, but it seems they've hit their stride and they're on the 6th gear now.
That was some insane stuff there by Sushime, running through the whole UH Premier team like a bad infection. Only needed the pulse bomb there to clutch up that fight and did some fancy work after that. 80% in climbing now for the Bulldogs, but UH Premier, they're here and they're ready to battle.
Oh, and that's going to be a high noon on point, speed boosted, and so much space created by UH Premier. That's no grad on that side. Looks like Arisa's going to have the ult as well. That's Sundown with 48 health. Going to fall to a headshot by no grad. Vu with the headshot punch combo, making their way downtown. It's not very fast, Berkeley. The Bulldogs are now finding themselves on the tail end of this point.
Yeah, Bulldogs, they had that one stripped away thanks to Nograd's Deadeye that just made a ton of space, and they weren't able to find their footing back on the point, but now we'll see how they can head back into the objective with a sound barrier and then the Terra Surge. Premier, they can hold this one with a Kitsune Rush, though probably the best ultimate in either of these compositions. We'll see if they can get it done. Fresno goes backdoor just like Premier did. This one did not work out that well for Premier. Zavilio on the Junkrat too can just blow up everything inside those small rooms. Continues to do so, already finds a pair. Nograd is able to headshot Tsushime. Premier still has the advantage here, and with just one more kill, they should be able to silence this Bulldogs push.
They're gonna try. Yeah, that's gonna be PB Court getting out though and deciding to regroup with the rest of the roster. I love watching Legends Division Zarisas for the sole purpose of the javelin trick shots that we're seeing on both sides. Neither Greetings or Sundown are really missing any of these javelin throws, and such a prominent ability in Overwatch 2. Stuns and knocks back, slow cooldown. It's a very good ability, and I love watching both sides hit it. That's going to be the Terror Surge on the side of Sundown, but Sundown going to fall to Nograd. Greetings trying to reciprocate on the back end, looking for a kill. That's going to be Zavilio now with the Riptire, chasing down PB Cord. Greetings with the Terror Surge, going to take out Simp. And Greetings gonna take the kill back. Premier positioning themselves to win this point.
Man, Zavilio on a wild goose chase there with that Riptire, and Premier is able to close out Nepal. It got a lot closer after point one, but Premier wins this one 2-1.
Wow, and that was a silly Riptire on the side of Zavilio. I was not expecting to see that, but the play of the game is gonna go to Tsushime. Well deserved as well. More than likely, yep. It's going to be the sticky and then the follow-up in the side room. Beautiful play from Tsushime.
Yeah, Tsushime there to the max like Zezmo, where my RuneScape player's at. There's a nice throwback reference for you. Anyone else who doesn't play that old school classic, a little bit lost in the sauce. First player to max all skills. Nuke, after round one, looked pretty close there. Round one seemed like Premier did not have any pre-game jitters. Fresno might have had some, but very even after the first stage.
Oh, absolutely. It was back and forth. And what else are we going to expect from Fresno, right? They know how to put on a show, Berkeley.
Yeah, they do. The Bulldogs bark pretty loud, but Premier was able to keep them on a tight leash for that game. Headed over to Hybrid next here, waiting for the picks and the bans, and we'll get those to you shortly. I do believe we're going to be heading to a short break before Hybrid, so stick with us, and we'll be back in a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Overwatch 2 action. We have University of Houston versus California State University Fresno. Once again, I am Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined by Berkeley Alt Charge Stevens. Berkeley, we heard throughout the break, UH banned Midtown, Fresno picked Kings Row. What are you anticipating going into this next match?
Yeah, 6-year-old map, 7 years old. How old is Overwatch? It's almost a first grader now. It's getting so old. It's going to be able to drive before we know it. Kings Row, super predictable. Let's lock down some anchor tanks. Maybe go to mobile compositions on point 3, but point 1 and 2, let's anchor it down. Let's pick some poke DPS if we have to, if we're having trouble. And let's just make this one a slugfest. That's what Kings Row always is. That's how teams scrim it, and it's never going to change, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of drive, we're going to be driving the payload down this map on Kings Row. Like you said, Berkeley, it is a staple of Overwatch, known as Scrims Row. Anyone watching the stream, I'm sure, tuning in for the Legends game, knows that that's the infamous title of this map. And it's where teams really test their grind in this game. It's where they determine and put their teamwork to the test in terms of communication, composition, positioning, all across the board.
Yeah, and talk about some little team identity here. We have our player of the game, or your player of the game pick from week 1, back in for Fresno. Esdeath was on DPS, was a showstopper in week 1. Now she's playing tank for Kings Row. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts are Esdeath is the flex player for Fresno State, so I think Quinn could swap to any position and be comfortable. This freshman on the side of Fresno knows what she's doing, and as an interesting fact, she participated in the Calling All Heroes Cup with the Washington Justice Red tournament, so that is pretty exciting for a freshman going into this roster to be able to swap, play multiple roles. I have nothing but faith in Esdeath.
Yeah, a lot of these players in Legends Division go out of their way to just compete at high levels any chance they get, but Esdeath really took that to another level and Calling All Heroes with the Washington Justice squad. And honestly, you know, playing tank for the most part there, that is as good of competition as you're going to see in most parts of the Legends Division. Maybe not the tippity top where we've got the Redbirds and Northwood and Fisher hanging out, but sure, Calling All Heroes, that's no joke of a tournament. That's some serious Overwatch.
Yeah, absolutely. It's at the top level, Berkeley. That's a pro level ran event. Getting ready now with 1 second in. We are going to see Greetings back on the Orisa. Vu, however, swapping over to the Baptiste. Maybe looking for that extra oomph as they switch Fuify over to the Zenyatta. This is a very scary composition. All it takes is one Discord orb, and half a second later, you're fried.
Yeah, and we know the UH Premier strat here is to try and just poke them down, make them uncomfortable and not able to stand firmly on their feet where they want them to. That Discord is going to be so deadly, but do they have enough healing to keep up Greetings? Got to make sure that Vu always has some ammo in the chamber for him. Esdeath able to take down Greetings during Vu's reload, and PV Cord closes the distance right onto Vu, and now the Bulldog's starting to bark pretty loud here. They're going to take point number 1, no problem at all, but Streets phase is another part of the map where the Premier composition truly shines.
Yeah, notice, if you haven't yet, yes, sides are switched. Fresno State is now in the red. UH Premier is now in the blue. So, that is Fresno State on the push. What a beautiful way to get into point, Berkeley. Zimp hitting all the shots where they're needed. And Sushime on this Mei is a little scary, Berkeley. That's a prominent player, and that is a scary hero.
Yeah, popping off on Tracer last game, and Sushime was doing so well on Mei last week, so I'm not surprised to see it. UH Premier's got to be ready because Sushime, the walls are always on point as that one slices off Greetings, but Greetings is able to stay alive for now. Benari's able to take down the Immortality Field. Vu's not going to have that coming up. But the Ant Matrix does get let loose here right at the bookstore corner. The Bulldogs are going to back off for a brief moment.
As they should. Play around the amplification matrix. Beautifully timed. Esdeath diving in, unfortunately finding the other end of a Junkrat trap. However, that's going to be a huge save by the Baptiste. Immortality Field followed up by Fuify. I did the same thing. Transcendence. We are seeing ultimates come out left and right. This was not the fight we were expecting, Berkeley.
Yeah, Greetings was put into a tough spot there and had one opportunity to buy their way out with that Terra Surge. took no time at all to spend it. Boo and Fuify too. Great plays from the backline to keep everyone supported through that blizzard. Tsushima threw that one in such a nice spot. But just great support ultimates for Premier. We're able to keep him alive. Zavilio with the tire. That one gets sticky naded out.
That is that's a way to take out a Riptire for sure. Ooh, and that's gonna be a Deadeye coming out from Nograd, doing the damage, but Zavilio taking the kills and sending Fresno State back to the spawn room. Fresno State does have 3 ultimates online, Berkeley. They could come back pretty convincingly to take this next fight. It's a matter of not allowing UH Premier the space to back up and build that ult charge.
Yeah, Nuke, their ult economy right now is so clean, but mistakes like that are going to cost them. They have the advantage in this fight. Now they have to just wash it clean away. Zavilio there just lobs in some grenades, and they find a massive kill onto Venari at a big time. That's going to balance out the ult economy a lot more, and Premier's going to have some ults back online.
Yeah, Fresno State in a comparable position, needing to back up for sure as they lost their main healer, Venari, coming back from base. Boo and Fuify both have their support ultimates online now for the UH Premier, and that's going to be a Fire Strike, amplificated Matrix, Fire Strike? Amplification Matrix on both sides. It's going to be UH Premier pushing in. Fresno State once again backing up, and they've now done exactly what we were worried about, Berkeley. UH Premier has built up both that Riptire and Earth Shatter. Fresno State's allowed them the space to do so.
Oh, and Venari goes down again early too. That previous fight, that Fire Strike through the Ant Matrix, one team did it exactly how you want to draw it up, where you Fire Strike, and while you're in the animation, the Ant Matrix comes up. Fresno wasn't ready for it, and the Fire Strike scorched one. Zavilio now going on a little bit of a road trip with the Riptire, seeing what they can find. Maywall in the way of the window, and now we're running out of time here. No value, but did make a lot of space. Took 10 seconds off the clock as well.
And with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left, Berkeley, Fresno State has to win one of these fights and push this payload around the corner. That's going to be a deep blizzard, but a Transcendence to follow will keep the rest of the team alive. Ooh, not quite the Deadeye they were looking for. Greetings with the dash in, though, and a double kill to follow. Fresno State is struggling. These Bulldogs are trying to get up off the ground and running, but hobbling their way back from base.
Yeah, they had 5 minutes on the clock going into point number 2, and now just down to 1:30, so time is no longer in their favor. That massive bank that they built for themselves with a first fight cap of point 1, that's all gone. And we've seen this a lot, these picks in the poke phase. Fuify finds that one onto Zemp, and now UH Premier can just take full advantage once again and just limit test. But they choose to stay refrained here, just hanging out at the bookstore corner.
Ooh, that's gonna be a sweet Zenyatta kill. Fuify on Tsushima in the back line. UH Premier, 2 ultimates online now. Fresno State, they have 2 as well. Venari swapped over to the Ana, like you said, and Esdeath on this Reinhardt. That Nano might be what they need to push through. That's gonna be tough, and that's gonna be a massive Earth Shatter, not taking anything. So I guess tiny Earth Shatter, maybe like a 0.1 on the scale.
As Death does fall, but so does Vu, so now UH Premier has to get this done with just the Zenyatta healing, and Transcendence is not quite online. Greetings and Zavilio in some trouble here. They have to retreat to a high ground and back off. The payload's got to push a few meters, but the Bulldogs definitely don't have second point locked up by any means.
No, not at all. They're going to regroup. Greetings getting in position. That's going to be a Riptire coming from the heavens. Ooh, such intricate patterns trying to get around. Venari getting some healing off in the back line, getting everyone back up to full before they make this push. And man, Berkeley, do they need it with 7 seconds left on the clock.
Could be a big pulse bomb here from Tsushima too. It comes in, that one only finds the floor. Immortality Field does come out. Tsushima still poking and prodding. Nograd pops the Deadeye. That takes down Esdeath. Transcendence as well to keep UH Premier supported through this fight. And this should be where the payload parks for round number 1. Fresno State, they capped first point with a ton of time, but it all dwindled away. And UH Premier had a fantastic hold on the streets phase.
UH Premier's hold, that entire time, felt like they opened the fridge, they showed me the sauce, and man, was that some spicy sriracha. Holding them before that second point entirely, Berkeley, that's going to be a pretty easy, or at least they have their win condition now, right? They at least have to make it through that first choke. Once they make it through the choke point, it's going to be game over. It's going to be a matter of how much Fresno really wants this map, and their communication has got to be on lock, because right now Premier's reaction time, their speed, it's just faster than the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and this is a map that Fresno State did play against University of Oregon last week. They lost it 2-3, but that 2-3 score was even way closer than it sounds. Oregon completed the map with no time on the clock, and Fresno was stopped with just 4 meters to go to completing that map. So this is one where Fresno struggled on last week, but this week they didn't even get it to that 4 meters shy of completion. They just fell short there on second point with 5 minutes on the clock. They're probably shaking their heads right now, wondering how it all happened.
Yeah, it just surprises me, Berkeley. I'm falling in love with this team comp dynamics. Fresno is just a fun team to watch, but you know, they are the underdogs. They are the ones who are just barely there at the end and aren't able to take it. Let's hope they can prove the rest of us wrong in this series against Houston Premier's Wildcats.
Yeah, I mean, this is where great Overwatch maps, the memorable ones, always happen, where you just have a lackluster push, but then your defense really comes alive. We'll see if that's the case here, but Premier, they're hungry to take this point right away. No ground on the Widowmaker, trying to open up some angles for some picks. Zavilio and Greetings going to do some frontline brawling here and starting to crash into the Alderworth Hotel. No ground still has this crazy angle, gets that headshot onto Zemp. Sushime takes him down, but spawn advantage will be in the favor of Nograd coming back.
It will be in the advantage of Nograd, but Sushime on this Tracer, it's going to spell some shenanigans for Nograd to deal with in the backline. It's also a very low Greetings on point. Sushime making their way through and going on another tear. Just intermittent popping off from this Tracer on the side of the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I know that you want to have a Mei with your Reinhardt, but Sushime is just such a factor whenever they're playing Tracer. I would just love to see him play nothing but Tracer all game long. I know you can't do that at the highest levels, but still, what a clinic Sushime's put on. Now has the Pulse Bomb, could make another difference here in this fight that's transpiring now. Trying to poke and prod in the back line, nothing doing just yet. Having to use that recall early. Now it's time to close the distance and find some value. Backs off for a brief moment. Got to catch this Premier rotation through the hotel if they choose to hit the gas. PB Cord looking pretty vulnerable there on the Zenyatta, but Premier not able to close the distance right away. The Flux comes out, slams him down. Venari and Sushime find kills in the front line. And now Premier. We're seeing a totally different story here. The Bulldogs capped at first fight. Premier, they've hit a speed bump.
They absolutely have. They needed to back up after that one. And notice this at this high level of Overwatch is so much of a battle of not just taking down each other's health, but utilizing resources. That was a great ultimate from the side of Esdeath, pulling Vu up in the air. Vu needing to use the Immortality Field and the self-healing on the side of Baptiste. While they took 2 kills, they needed to back up for that one, but we're having some mayhem occur now on the back end of point. The Premiers finally making their way back on.
Oh, but it's all even up right now. Great Transcendence and Dragon Strike to just push Premier back for a moment, give Fresno a little bit of breathing room here, and they're able to set up the front line again. Greetings is back, takes down Zemp, the Bowman no longer alive, but Greetings back to Lumbridge with you. Foolfi is able to find that kill onto PB Cord, and it looks like Premier still has a pretty good chance of capping point 1 here, but the Bulldogs are not making it easy, Chase.
No, they're not. They're playing the edge of this corner so well, trying to get on and hold on as long as they can. Fresno State Sushime now up against Zavilio on the side of Premier. It's a battle of the Tracers. Zavilio will get the melee on Sushime.
Man, PB Cord and Zemp 2 finding a couple kills right as it gets capped. I mean, Premier, they had to spend everything, and even after capping it, this team looks depleted. Still, they've got 3 minutes. They only have to get 90 meters through Streets phase. Very doable, but Premier took their sweet time getting point 1.
You know, the other thing about this, Berkeley, is it's pretty even in terms of ultimate economy on either side. It's going to be a matter of who is able to expend what resources, right? Once again, to as much ult charge as they possibly can to get through this point first. It's going to be a race to the ultimate economy.
Nograd's got the Deadeye ready, as Death nearly has the Flux. Zemp almost has the Dragons. That's a wombo combo of deadly damage, as Death, with a little bit of help from PB Cord's volley, just dices up Nograd. That was a fast kill, and this is kind of what we saw on the Bulldogs attack, where they would just lose these members in transition on the way to where the fight was going to take place, and that is how you lose a ton of time fast.
It happened methodically every time they pushed through. So Fresno State taking a page out of the book UH Premier wrote them with that Dixon Ticonderoga #2 pencil. A smooth play, as sure as fire. Now making their way to point. Fresno State backing up a tad. UH Premier stepping up to the finish line.
Dragon Strike comes out now, trying to continue this fight here right next to the bookstore. Transcendence there from Fufai, and a Terror Surge here. This one could be deadly. Slams down, and Zemp is sent back to spawn. Venari had to use that Immortality Field to keep Greetings alive, but Greetings, after it expired, was able to be taken down. We'll see if Esdeath can kind of push the limit here on the front line. It is a 4 versus 4. This is a fight that I would like to see the Bulldogs take aggressively.
Ah, they could. They really need to. They need to push up and try to find a pick here. With 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock, every second matters, Berkeley, because UH Premier have 2 ultimates online. Fresno State only have 1, and this Riptire could spell the end for the Bulldogs.
Riptire coming out. Zavilio's been crafty with these. This one's going to roll around on the rooftops and really make the Bulldogs have to play scared. Venari takes it down calmly, though, and Tsushime able to take down the driving Zavilio there as they weren't able to defend themselves.
But what a beautiful play from Zavilio, Berkeley. Only 4 meters left. They used the Riptire as a diversion. Everyone had to look up and away from the payload. They didn't notice how close it was getting until it was right at the doorstep.
And now the Bulldogs have almost no ultimates online. Esdeath has the Flux. They've got a Pulse Bomb here too, but that always has to have something sticky on it. It's not as free as the Flux may be. The Flux comes out. Esdeath doesn't come up with anything there. Vu is able to spend Venari's Immortality Field, and here comes the push from Premier. Taking down Esdeath, and that is it. No front line left standing. The Bulldogs sent packing, and Premier is up in the series 2-0.
Premier is doing such a methodical job of just picking these targets and taking them apart one by one. It's almost surgery we're watching, Berkeley. Fuify landing these discords. Ooh, wait, we gotta give Greetings the props, so this was a great Earth Shatter Reinhardt play from the side of Greetings.
Good stuff there by Greetings. Love to see your Reinhardt play the game there on Kings Row, especially. Nuke, after 2 maps, Fresno State, you know, map #1 on Nepal did not start out close, but it really did closen up. Kings Row looked like the Bulldogs really had something strong going, taking first point in the very first fight, but then things kind of unraveled for them. What was the story of map #2?
It seemed like the Bulldogs, like as I said in the middle of the match, they weren't keeping up to speed with they weren't keeping up to speed with UH Premier the entire time. UH Premier was running away with that game from the very beginning. He's holding them at spawn. The Bulldogs were stuck over and over. They were sent back to their cage. And then when it was Premier's turn, they waited until the end, but it was a methodical push the entire time. It seems like they're just faster, and their correlation is a lot sharper than what we're seeing on the side of the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they were definitely like dissecting the Bulldogs every single push where they tried to come in. Always able to find a pick past the tank, and like we said, that was taking so much time off the clock, just having to reset every 15 seconds, never really getting your momentum built on second point. That was just kind of the crutch that the Bulldogs just couldn't get over. Headed into map #3, we're going over to Escort, I believe. UH banned Dorado. Fresno picked Circuit Royale. Another very linear map similar to Kings Row. Somehow the Bulldogs have to stay safe from that poke damage.
And this is map point for UH Premier. If they're able to take this, then they will go 2-0 so far in the Legends division. But Fresno State on the verge of losing another game, 0-3. Let's see if they can make it back right after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back once again, straight into the action. Bandorado, Fresno Pick Circuit. We are in map 3 of this Legends Division Brawl. Once again, I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined by Berkeley Alt-Charge Stevens. Berkeley, do you think Fresno comes back from this beating, or is Premier going to take this one 3-0?
Chase, I think Fresno might be able to bounce back here. They've got KVC back into the game just to play some snipers. Tsushima breaking out the Hanzo. You know, they suffered some bad losses to Poke on King's Row. I think they're able to clean that up here, fix some mistakes, and hopefully take Circuit Royale, send us to a map 4. That's what I would like to see. It's what I'm hoping for.
Well, it's going to be a matter of who has the faster reflexes. Because Berkeley, we're seeing basically a mirror composition. Obviously, Fu will be on the Kiriko and PB Corbo will be on the Zenyatta. But aside from that, we have not PB Corbo on Zenyatta, Venari on the Baptiste, excuse me. But aside from that, we have a mirror composition on both sides.
Yeah, I love how Zen's getting a lot more playtime now. Zen's in a really healthy spot. Discord is something that people in high ranks really don't like, but I think it's definitely a necessary evil. It's either you get Discord or Mercy Pockets with damage boost. Fufi there just loads up the orbs and fills PB Cord full of them. That one hurt.
I am eager to watch this come back and forth, Berkeley. Tsushima on this Hanzo, Zavilio on the Hanzo. These two have been at each other's throats this entire series, whether it be the Tracer v Tracer or the Mei v Mei. Now we're getting the Shimada Bro versus the Shimada Bro, and I, for one, am excited to see this action.
Man, No Grad actually made a headshot out of that onto Esdeath. It looked like the Bulldogs, they were doing everything there to keep Esdeath alive up top, but couldn't quite get it done. Right now, Premier's just seems like their snipers are dialed into this game. They were ready to play Circuit.
Yeah, that's probably what KCV was doing in the background while the match was going on, warming up on some aim trainer. Before hopping in, actually going to switch over to the Sojourn. Surprisingly, the hero that is making its first debut in this match on the third map in, which a couple weeks ago would not have been the case, Berkeley.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago we would have had Sojourn every single map in Legends Division. That's why in the pregame I was saying that the balance is way more healthy now than it was for the first few months of launch. It's because now the DPS meta is just so diverse, even on Poke maps like this where Sojourn was a staple for literally just 4 months straight. Now it's not the case.
And I am glad for one to see that. That's going to be Esdeath trying to get something out of this Gravitic Flux. However, the Transcendence popped on the other side, and another Gravitic Flux. Greetings! Getting the Juke Shoes out on Esdeath, hitting him with the rock. It's going to be Fresno State backing up around this corner, playing this line of sight exceptionally well. They may need to take a few more steps back, though, because that Kitsune Rush is going to be right in their face.
Oh, but Greetings goes down. PB Cord pops the Transcendence, and now the Bulldogs team is ready to roll a little deeper into the front line. Can they get it done? They've got to kick out to the coast side here and open up these angles for KCV. They haven't quite done it yet. Dragon Strike comes in. That dices up the back line. KCV and PB Cord take it down. Zavilio, nice dragon on the transition.
Well played as well. They were moving in. Zavilio noticed the timing, the pace, starting to get a solid read on the back line of Fresno State. PB Cord and Venari are going to have to watch their side angles because Zavilio will be there flanking.
Oh, Tsushima just hanging out on the high ground. Fufi thought it was safe to poke their head out, and Tsushima said, nope, I'm still hanging out here. Does pay for it, though, as Greetings is able to find the easy kill onto Tsushima, but this fight is just kind of taking an awkward spot here between the end of point one and on this high ground. Right now, the Bulldogs are still in a ton of trouble. They've got to reset here.
They definitely need to. Premier just kind of ticking them down bit by bit. Esdeath with a very arrogant play on the staircase. Surprised to see it. The headshots. It's going to be KCV now with the ultimate on the line. This charge should hurt.
Yeah, KCV with the overclock there was ready to fly. Only found one kill before Premier backed off completely. Payload might reach the destination of point number 1. It's going to be awfully close. I expect Premier to recontest. Fuify has the Transcendence, but we don't see it.
Wow, that is surprising. Fuify falling low. Man, Vu doing their best to keep Fuify alive, but falling for sure. Esdeath, once again, being very arrogant, just getting in the face of this UH Premier team. Not really having the backline to support UH Premier and go around and push them back into their spawn room. Now, this is where I'm surprised we haven't seen Nograd just get a 5k, right? This is one of the easiest positions to hold as a sniper in the entirety of Overwatch 2.
Yeah, they only just got there. I am expecting Nograd to start popping off here. This may have been why we didn't see Premier recontest at the end of first point, because they know they have a much better chance if they save their resources to defend right here. This low ground that the Bulldogs are on, I mean, this is like the beaches of Normandy. Storming the payload here is not an easy task.
And it's not something you do alone. You have to group up. If you get picked after pick and then get staggered into this area, it can spell the end of this map for you. And that's exactly what we're seeing UH Premier do to the Bulldogs right now. Pick by pick, Civilio, like I said earlier, almost like surgery, meticulously splitting these heads open and finding the insides all over the bottom of the second point of Circuit Royale.
And the Bulldogs here are going to change up their comp. I was wondering why they used both their support ultimates in that last fight after very quickly they were down 2 members. It's because why not spend them if you got them. Now PB Cord's on the Lucio, Venari's on the Kiriko, so a little bit more mobility here, and Esdeath also over to the Ramatra. So the Bulldogs have made an adjustment. We'll see if it pays off. Greetings pops the Flux here, lays them down, the Dragon Strike as well, and that's a whopper of a combo there for UH Premier.
That was huge for UH Premier, and Civilio just is signing this kill feed like a rock star signature. Berkeley has been in every single kill feed, and Dragons have come out, I believe, every single fight that we've seen thus far in this map.
Yeah, the Dragons have just been crazy this game, and Nograd has really not had to do too much heavy lifting. This is a point where you expect the defense Widowmaker to just be the unstoppable force, but it's been so many other factors for Premier. Every single player on this team right now is a huge issue for the Bulldogs in this transition.
Absolutely. Now that's going to be Nograd on the high ground. This Widowmaker, ooh, looking for those heads. Vu and Fuify gonna find both of them on the supports of the Bulldogs to end out this round. Berkeley, it's just as I foreshadowed earlier. If they kept going in one at a time, they were going to easily get picked. And that is the exact pacing I've been talking about this entire series. UH Premier, their coordination and communication just seems to be much more on point than what Fresno State can currently bring to the table. Albeit they're putting up a great fight and they are getting picks here and there, making their way through the maps. It's not exactly a sweep. It's been very back and forth, but UH Premier showing that they're the dominant team on the side of the Cougars.
Yeah, Chase, to this point of the game, UH Premier definitely with these compositions has been the better team. It's not too late for the Bulldogs. They didn't get second point, but that payload commonly stops before the second point here on Circuit Royale. So Fresno State have a legitimate win condition. They just have to play their best Overwatch of the night to get it done.
Absolutely. That's going to be tough to pull off as well, Berkeley, if the UH Premier has anything to say about it, which we know that they will. Fresno State is going to have to hold that corner, like you said, that very first choke, or I guess second choke if you count this first one, right around the hotel. It's going to be tough. It's not going to be an easy fight, but they have a composition that could pull it out. KCV swapping over to the Ashe, and Bob, when you get it, if you're able to get it online quickly, could have a large impact in this game.
Okay. Sushime starts us out with a little bit of a spectacle there on the Civilio, and this is what we have to see the Bulldogs do. Their snipers on defense have to be on point. Every time that Greetings drops the shield, they've got to be thirsty for one of these kills.
Look at these angles, playing this line of sight. Sushime playing around the staircase really well, not giving Civilio an inch with this Hanzo to get any kills. Esdeath and Greetings both playing Sigma, but that's going to be PB Cord sending greetings back to the spawn room. Zavilio on the side of UH Premier just kind of playing back, trying to get these dragons online as they set up for this second push.
And this is one of those maps in Overwatch 2 where you just miss having a second tank. It almost seems like way too much heavy lifting for one tank to constantly hold both of these angles against Grandmaster snipers. This is just so difficult. Greetings is like, nah man, I'm on Wrecking Ball.
Trying to get over the top as well, or maybe just regrouping with the rest of the team. You're absolutely right, Berkeley. It is a heavy lift. You really got to put everyone on your back and ensure they get through this first point, whether they like it or not. Greetings trying to make a mess in the back line, instead finding all the contents and ingredients on the floor of the kitchen. Esdeath cleaning that one up. Sushime backing up, looking for the heads. Gonna find one in Vu. Don't jump there, or you're gonna get headshot. Feel a little deja vu. Sushime on no grad, getting double headshots. This is or returning the favor, I guess I should say.
Greetings is back over to the Sigma, and I'm not gonna lie, I really liked what they did on Wrecking Ball just for that brief moment. They didn't hit the slam, that would have been huge, but tanking on Wrecking Ball, you just turn the heads. You take those sniper eyes off of your backline for a moment. That opens up an opportunity for Zavilio or Nograd to maybe find a pick. But Nograd doesn't need the Wrecking Ball to cause some commotion there. Able to find two instead. Sushime and PB Cord get dropped. Oh!
Yeah, the Gravitic Flux not coming out either because they're getting headshot from Nograd. Is unfortunate. That's Zavilio finalizing the death on Esdeath, and Nograd taking out Fenari. Berkeley, it's looking like UH Premier is getting this one in the bag as we speak. They're meters away from this first point, and Fresno State has to contest.
And Nograd is tuned up right now. This is not what you want to see if you're the Bulldogs. You hate when a Widowmaker really comes alive on this map, but the Bulldogs choosing to contest here right at the end of point number one. They try to buy their way in with the Transcendence, the Ant Matrix, but it's not going to be enough here. Greetings and Nograd silencing the Bulldogs' bark yet again.
They did give themselves a little bit of time, but in the grand scheme of things, they now have to hold this angle for 3 minutes. But, you know, watching Zavilio take out the entire backline headshot after headshot really just, you know, gives me hope for this team.
Did you see that kill onto KCV? Zavilio is just dueling Sushime and definitely aiming at Sushime. Missed, and KCV was just like, oh, I'm walking by, oh my god, and I took an arrow to the side of the face.
Yeah, that's the classic, as they would say. UH Premier is going to take this set this evening 3-0 against a well-fought match against Fresno State Bulldogs.
Yeah, Fresno State definitely had no quit in them, but UH Premier, they didn't have to get this payload far, and once Nograd was like, you know what, I'm feeling it, and did this, there was no looking back for UH Premier.
Yeah, it looks like Fresno State will not be graduating their 0-1 to a 1-1. They will be taking that to a 0-2 thanks to Nograd. Berkeley, player of the match. Who you got?
Ooh, that's actually really tough in this match. I feel like from every map it was different. I'm looking at my notes right now, just kind of scratching my head. I'm not going to go with anyone on Fresno State just because I got to respect the sweep that happened here. I think I'm going to go with Nograd just because Circuit Royale at the very end there was going to be very close, and then Nograd just decided that it wouldn't be.
You know, that is a very fair pick, and you might think I would shoot my my player of the match to Zavilio. Zavilio did a great job complimenting Nograd, getting the headshot kills, going back and forth with Sushime on the side of Fresno State. But my player of the match tonight has to go to Vu on the side of UH Premier. Vu just doing a great job of keeping the team alive in every single one of the kill feeds as well. You saw if Vu was on Kiriko, there were some kunai headshots that were pretty nutty going on the side of Fresno State, keeping them at bay, and the Kitsunes were so well placed, ensuring Fresno State could not just get free push. It took up so much space while also being a deadly ultimate. Got to go to the side of Vu.
Yeah, the supports were excellent. My second pick was actually going to be Fuified, the Zenyatta for Premier. I just think this is one of the first weeks where we've seen a lot of Zen at a high rank. So those Zen players are still adapting to playing the glass cannon again. And I think that Fu5 did a great job. And the Transcendences to live through Sushime's blizzards on map 1 and 2, very good. Always had him at the right time. But chat, let us know. Did you have a player of the match? Type it in there. I promise I'll read it. I'll jot it down in the notes. And I'll have a consensus for the next time that Nuke and I cast these teams. But we are going to be on the mic for the next game. That's coming up in about an hour. It's going to be the UBCO Serpents versus the UBC Winton team. And that's going to be so fun. We're just going to be yelling Serpents and Winton. You're not going to want to miss it. Come back in an hour. We'll see you then. Hello friends, Berkeley Stevens here alongside Chase Newcomb. Welcome back to the final NECC match of the night. Get ready to witness the ultimate clash of the Titans as the best Canadian Overwatch 2 rivalry is on deck for our next match. They're about to battle it out for supremacy. We've got the University of British Columbia Okanagan versus the University of British Columbia. Chase, let's get into it.
Absolutely. This is going to be an absolute slobber knocker, don't you know? Excited to see who takes it on either side. We got a big rivalry in the house. Like you said, Berkeley, BC versus BC. Both records are 0-1. However, the Serpents narrowly missing it last week against WCU Crimson, falling 2-3. Winton definitely have a pace to prove here as they lost last week 0-3 against GFU Blue. Now that we're in week 2 of NECC here in the Challengers Pacific Frontier Division, I think it's anyone's game, and I'm excited to see the fan bases in chat go crazy for this one, Berkeley.
Yeah, ton of bragging rights on the line. These are two programs that just always want to beat each other more than anyone else on their entire schedule. It's the Super Bowl and then UBC versus UBCO. It's just right there toward the top sporting spectacles that you just don't want to miss. So congratulations to all of you in chat for being here.
I'm excited. I'm excited for the chat. I'm excited for the teams. And when you have a rivalry like this, it's just bound to create some memes and tension between the teams. It's really everything on the line. The respect, the dignity, you're throwing it all out there. But heading into the lineups, let's see what we got on both ends of the roster. I think we're going to start out first. I'll talk about UBCO Serpents. We got Robo Eagle, Y Ishino 2, Lazy 12, and Niles on the lineup. Bunch of seniors on this roster with a junior mainly. Look at that. All of those majors, computer science. They're going to need to plug in for this match because this is one they won't be sleeping on for sure. They got to get the code down par.
And I love some of the names on the UBC Winton lineup. Just kicking it off, the tank, Torb Large. Very simple, just not to the point, not what Torb is one bit. Torb Large is going to be tanking for Winton. Kakashi and Goat are going to be their DPS duo. Spencomatic, and then, what is that last one? Wolfenshroud? Wolfenshroud. The support duo rounding out the roster. Nuke headed over to Control first. What is our map for map number 1?
Well, our map for map number 1, it's looking like we're going to have, I don't know quite yet. We're waiting for them to put it in chat what's going to happen first. But as you said, I think these names are very funny, Berkeley. And you can't see it at home, folks, but in the lobby, they all have the Winston profile picture in true Winston fashion. The first map we're going to be going to, it looks like Li Jiang Tower, and excited to see, as you can see here, it's going to be a first to 3 or a best of 5, control hybrid escort, push control, and maybe tiebreaker. It's very rare that we ever go there. Berkeley, you said in your 6 semesters casting NECC, we've not seen that happen in the regular season, and I would have to agree with you. In my entire 6 semesters casting here at the NECC, I've also not seen us go into a tiebreaker round 6, not outside of playoffs or grand finals.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen in the regular season, but if there's one game that I want it to happen for, it's University of British Columbia versus University of British Columbia Okanagan. That would just be fun if we went the distance. It would be late. I mean, I would be tired tomorrow, but I'm looking forward to it if it ends up going 6 somehow.
We've casted later, Berkeley. We've casted later.
Yeah, like 2:30 in the morning.
It's been a great time. I don't mind doing it again as well. We got a 3-day weekend ahead of us. President's Day is Monday, so I'm excited to get into the action and see what these teams have for each other. Now, what's exciting, Berkeley, is that when you have teams that play each other this much in a rivalry, you may see some odd compositions come out because maybe they're playing to the weaknesses of the other team.
They could be. I mean, they're definitely familiar with the weaknesses, and looks like as we start to assemble the compositions here in the locker room, Winton is just going, hey, we're diving this game. Have fun trying to kill Wolfenshroud because Spencomatic is going to be right there on Brig defending them, and then the damage dealers and Torblarge are going to be getting chaotic up in the front line. The Serpents, on the other hand, pretty standard composition. Robo Eagle on the Diva is a bit of a head-scratcher, but I love the Symmetra pick from Y.
Oh, agreed. We're going to see that Symmetra get speed boosted in by Lazy, get a teleporter up top, and probably make it to point faster than UBC Winton is able to make it there. They're actually going to opt not to put the teleporter up in the window. They're going to go and try to just use it to get to point faster. It's going to be Torblarge in the front line, like you said earlier, Berkeley, on this Wrecking Ball, and that's going to cause some havoc in the back line.
Oh, a couple of kills traded out there onto the back lines as Sean is able to finish off the support duos for the side of Winton, but Winton not going anywhere anytime fast. Goat and Torblarge responding with some kills of their own, and this chaotic first fight is awfully close. It's a 1 versus 1 now here as Sean and Torblarge are just battling it out for this last spot. Some reinforcements arrive here for the Serpents. Is it enough to get the job done? It looks like it is. Torblarge falls and the Serpents get the point first.
Yeah, Ishano 2 with a great kill to round out the point. 4% on the board, and the Serpents are ahead in both taking the point and what it looks like. Although they have taken the point, actually, it looks like Winton has the ult economy ahead of them. Torblarge going in, going right through that slow. That's going to be Y on this Reaper, getting those headshots on Spinomatic, hearing the tinks like music to my ears, shot after shot, not missing those heads with any of those marks.
And that's going to be so deadly if the Serpents can keep that up. That aim with those shotguns was so precise. Straight to the back line, straight to the point. Winton had no chance in that fight.
Well, very early into this match, it seems like everything is falling into place like Tetris for the Serpents. They just got to keep this lead, 47% with a couple of ultimates online. They're going to want to use these as Winton is looking to make their third push. They're actually going to minefield out the point. It's danger zone now for all of the Serpents.
And the pulse bomb does get gobbled up there by Robo Eagle. Wise able to respond with that kill on the Wolfenshroud. 4 versus 4 as the blade comes out, slices through Lazy like butter, trying to find some more here as Goat continues to go in. Dashing through Y, just one last kill to find here onto Robo Eagle, and we do have the first Winton take of the evening. It's imminent.
Imminent, yeah, it's imminent, but we're going to see the Serpents walk away with a solid 82%. Maybe even further. They haven't taken point, Berkeley. Oh my. This is now we're quickly into one fight territory. They could have stopped a solid 6% there, but Winton grouping up UBC. Sorry, I keep wanting to say UBC, but they're both UBC. The Serpents now making their way back through the front door. The Kitsune Rush is going to get popped. Robo Ego going in through the front, holding onto the self-destruct for now, recognizing it's not needed, but he's Shano diving off the edge. That's not what you want to see if you're a Serpent.
No, it is not. Now Torblarge just rolling slowly, but still somewhat effectively. Does go down right before those minefields come online. Wise able to find that Elim. Kakashi couldn't find anything with the pulse bomb there. Right now, Winton still has the point, but just for how long is the question. The Serpents seem to be holding their ground strong, and they'll take it back. Winton have to scramble back to the objective now.
Yeah, Lazy 12 with that boop. Kakashi was not able to see that. Looks like the Sharingan was closed on that kill. The Serpents with 3 ultimates online and 96%. Winton may want to close it in the books for this map, but that's going to be a massive ultimate coming out from Ishano, taking out head after head. Goat on the other side with Kakashi fighting on point. Winton is not ready to let go of this yet.
No, they're certainly not, and that's a really fantastic job there by Goat, hanging on to the Dragon Blade through that fight. Anytime you're going up against an overtime push, it's really important that you don't actually spend an ultimate where you don't need to, because you cannot afford to let this point go the other way.
Not at all. Plus, that Dragon Blade could be used exceptionally well with a rally, and with 60% online, I imagine Spinkomatic will get it very quickly. Why now moving into point with 86% ultimate? The Death Blossom is imminent, but so is the Dragon Blade, taking out 2. Count him, maybe 3? No, that's going to be Robo Eagle taking out Go on point. Death Blossom now being popped by Y in the middle, pushing off Winton, but Torblarge coming back, not letting it flip over quite yet.
Man, the Serpents just so close to taking this one back, sitting at 99% as Winton scramble in as fast as they can, but now they're just going to be staggered, going in one at a time at a full team. But Goat's able to find that kill. Does get taken down by Y, but opened up a slim window here for Winton to maybe make a move. Torblarge is the only remaining player here for Winton. They have a little bit of trouble taking him down, but eventually they do, and the Serpents, finally, they close out round number 1. But Nuke, I love how this one started. Our last series was a 100-0 point one of control. This regional rivalry, much closer right from the jump.
Absolutely, 100-86. It was quite close. I think where Winton is falling a tad short is Spinkomatic on the Brig. It's just not enough healing to keep a very oppressive dive comp like a Wrecking Ball and a Tracer and a Genji alive in that backline. I think Winton recognizing that, making some swaps on the back end. Berkeley, what do you feel the Serpents have to do here to stay ahead?
I feel like they really don't have to change too much of a thing. They're targeting the backline very well. Wolfenshroud now over to the Moira is going to make that a little bit more difficult, but I feel like why the Serpent's Reaper was just really blighting Winton, just going into the backline, causing so much commotion and wreaking havoc on those supports. If they can keep that up, they should be able to coast to victory, but I don't expect Winton to let that happen freely all game long.
Neither do I. It'd be ridiculous too, right? It's going to be Y taking out Spinkomatic on point. Now Goat as well. Ishano, though, going crazy with this railgun, hitting crazy disruptor shots and secondary fires on point. Going to capture over on the side of the Serpents to start off this first point in our first map, or second point in our first map.
And nothing changed in the Serpent strategy that time. Y went straight for the back line, closed in onto Spinkomatic, and then eventually found Wolfenshroud as well right after the fade. So the Serpent's identity this game so far is very clear. It's up to Winton to try and find a way to respond. They've thrown Torblarge over onto the Roadhog now. Maybe that's going to get it done. It has a chance here. Roadhog is not the worst pick on Control Center.
No, not at all. I mean, you get into the side room in Control Center, you just wait to find a pick, and then you make your way to point. However, they are playing into Y on this Reaper, who's been in through an absolute rip and tear, chasing the backline where they can find them.
And Spinkomatic trying to armor pack their teammates. They gotta proc that Inspire so Briggs' AoE healing starts to become effective in this game. The armor packs aren't gonna get it done on Brig alone. You gotta start hitting some whip shots, activate that AoE heals. If you're not doing that, you just gotta go on Lucio because the healing is going to be way more effective.
Oh, absolutely. And the healing, and that's what I said earlier. I think that they just need to make that slight swap. The Serpents are running away with this one, 64%. Kakashi will pop the Izanagi, get the headshot on Ishano. That's going to be Spinkomatic as well, having some value in the backline against, or front line against Robo Ego. Winton looking, but they're all but going to take this point as the Sticky Bomb falls on Niles. Spinkomatic hitting the bludgeon on Lazy. That's 82% on the side of the Serpents though, Berkeley, and they're gonna have to snake their way back into this game.
Yeah, that was an awfully long fight. Chase around 45 seconds is what that last one took, but Winton, they're holding on to 6 ultimates, so they're set up for the long game to defend this point. Serpents, though, they've got ults of their own. 4, in fact. Deadeye gets popped. That's going to zone back the Serpents for around 6 seconds until the push resumes itself. We'll see what the Serpents choose to pop first, and Kitsune Rush is an awfully good choice. Y goes down on the sideline trying to take the high ground away. Kakashi and Goat respond excellently to that push, and now we should see the Serpents fully resetting.
Yeah, Winton only needing to use 1 ultimate out of the bank, leaving 4 on the board, meaning the next fight is going to be a dump of ults to see who can take the point faster. That's going to be Goat with a couple of solid shots on Y, not looking at the peripheral vision. That flank is going to hurt.
And I love how they're just trying to mark Y so intently all the time. Just where is this rascal going to try and pop up next to find these kills on Spen and Wolfenshroud? Coalescence gets popped early here from Winton. I love how they're engaging with these ultimates. Y gets trapped on the outside. Sound Barrier keeps the Serpents alive. They've got 82%, so Winton will get another crack at this point if they lose it here. Torblarge says not so fast. The whole hog keeping the Serpents at bay for a few more percentage points, but just for how long? Y comes in with the shotguns and cleans up.
Yeah, Winton was able to hold on for quite a while, Berkeley, getting 76%, but they need to win this next fight to take this point back, or otherwise they're going to drop the first map in this series. BBCO with both of their damage dealers having ultimates online as we hear that disruptor shot, and a massive Death Blossom is going to nuke him in the back line. That's going to be 100% for the Serpents. Oh, nope, we are going to see Wolfenshroud briefly touch. However, the Serpents will take this first map in their favor.
A 2-0 win to start things here for the Serpents over UBC Winton. Not bad at all. This local rivalry, it's looking like a barn burner. I'm excited to see where we head to Hybrid next. Nuke, what were your takeaways there? How were the Serpents able to come out on top flawlessly 2-0?
So the thing about Control is I think it is so different than the other game modes that we currently have in Overwatch 2, but the Serpents were able to just be a lot more in tune with each other on who they were focusing in the backline. I think Winton was a little bit more split trying to take the 1v1s, whereas we saw the Serpents more in groups of 2 or 3 when they were diving and engaging. So I think it came down to the coordination in the end. But we're going to see how well that coordination fares them as we move into hybrid on the next map. Stay tuned, and we'll be back after this short break.
Welcome back, friends. The Canadian regional rivalry is about to commence with Map 2. We're headed to Paraiso next. Nuke, how we feeling after Map 1?
I'm feeling good about this series, Berkeley. Like you said, it's turning out to be a real barn burner. Both UBC teams are really bringing the fire tonight. All of the control points that we went to only went to about 60 to 70% on both sides. It was really, really close. So as we move into hybrid, I'm excited to see how they translate that energy. Now we're going to be driving a vehicle.
Yeah, Paraiso too, not usually the hybrid map that we expect to see. I mean, 9 out of 10 games, it's King's Row, right? But Paraiso, a new Overwatch 2 map, something that teams have only really gotten to scrim for a couple of months. And with the recent patch coming in, kind of turning the meta on its head, who knows what's going to come out. One of these teams loves to play a mobile wrecking ball composition. That's Winton. They picked this map. That's a composition that is effective here, but is UBC. Are the Serpents going to be able to just anchor down on point?
If it's anything from what we saw in Control, they might be able to. Both teams liked running this dive composition, but I see a bit of a switch up, or I'm anticipating one at least, as we move more into these payload style maps with Hybrid and Escort next on the docket. UBC is actually going to be changing in and making some swaps as well. We're going to see Daikidai come in to swap in for the tank Torblarge, and Nice Rice will be swapping in DPS. Kakashi will be swapping over to support. Prior to this as well, I was surprised to see UBCO banned Blizzard World. That's a map that I haven't seen personally banned that much as we've gone into hybrid.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they banned that because it's one of their weaknesses or if because these two teams probably play each other regularly, they just know that it's one of Winton's strengths. I'm sure it has to be one of those two things, but I'm not quite sure. It is one of those more like poke style of maps, so maybe if that's one of their weaknesses, that's where Winton can target a future map pick. We'll just have to wait and see. Paraiso, though, I think this is the first time in NECC that I've actually gotten to cast this map. It really does not come around a lot.
I love the vibe of this map, Berkeley. I think you're right too. I maybe have casted this once in the NECC, but I mainly casted with you, so we would have had to have casted it together. I love hanging out around the payload on this map, though. It's a whole vibe and a half.
Yeah, just bumping tunes the whole time. Whoever has the aux plugged in always does a great job, similar to our starting tune and Be Right Back screens for the NECC. Always a vibe that just kind of gets your head bopping. I know you and I listened to that for 45 minutes waiting for this game to come up. But
Felt
as we
like
head
Lucio.
in, yeah, it really does. I mean, the tunes cranked up here are always immaculate. As we head into this game, those swaps. Daikirai going in on tank. Japanese for hate, as our observer Carol said. Very edgy. We'll see if they can bring the edge to this game.
Yeah, when you have the Japanese word for hate and Kakashi on the same team, that sounds like an Uchiha massacre waiting to happen.
Yeah, top 10 anime battles coming up on Paraiso. Plus Torblarge says
plus
Carol.
Torblarge.
Can't forget about the anime hero Torblarge.
I think these names are goofy, and I haven't seen a great name like Torblarge really since Girthquake.
Oh man, how could I forget about Girthquake? That's an all-time great battle tag.
100%.
And a Rhine player too, dude. Girthquake was just that whole player was just an aura of just smashing and greatness. I love that one.
For glory, as Ryan Maid would say, but. For glory going into this series, Berkeley, Winton is gonna have to pick it up. If I'm the Winton coach and I'm taking a step back after map 1, I'm rallying the troops, I'm getting everyone together, and I'm saying, look, guys, look, everyone, we need to take a step back, we need to breathe, we need more coordination. Quit going off on your own flank supports. Be aware of where the DPS are when they're coming back for heals. Tank, quit just diving. Right? I think that's why they're putting in Daikirai for Torblarge and moving Torblarge over to DPS. Hopefully, we're seeing a little bit more sustainability in that front line because Robo Eagle and Y have been on a tear through the back line of UBC Winton. Watching Kakashi swap over to healer as well, specifically on the Ana, I feel is very fitting for this player.
Yeah, that's what I love the most about this new Winton comp is I feel like the Brig was really lackluster in round 1, just not being able to close the distance or hit the whip shots to get that AoE healing going. Now Winton has an incredible support backline. If these supports are able to stay alive, and Kakashi being a DPS player now going over to the Ana, you know they're gonna bring it in terms of dealing damage from the support slot. This is a totally transformed Winton lineup.
I certainly hope so. We'll have to see how it plays out in reality, right? We're watching the composition take place. So far, so good for the Serpents, taking this high ground with Robo Eagle. Winton, Torblarge, falling exceptionally low, under maybe 50 health. Not regaining that health quite yet, but this turret on the corner of the point could make all the difference for this defense.
Torblarge on the Torp too. Look out! Ishan is able to hit the railgun to take down Torblarge, but Nice Rice is able to DMAC Robo Eagle and able to clean up Baby Diva in the pilot form as well. So right now it's an even 4 versus 4 fight. Winton still defending well. Y's able to take down Wolf and Shroud, but Kakashi and Nice Rice find a couple kills of their own. The defense is holding strong, but it's a pretty shaky fight. I believe it's still a 2 versus 2. Can the Serpents get this done on attack? Torblarge is back. The reinforcements have arrived. Ishan goes aggressive, too aggressive, and Daikirai is able to hypersphere them down.
Yeah, power sliding in was not the play for the Star Sojourn player on the side of the Serpents. Shano wanted to back up a little more. Torblarge on the Torbjorn, as you mentioned, Berkeley, should make for some pretty interesting plays, I'm sure, if you're playing your namesake.
Yeah, sit back, relax, and get ready to watch some Torb highlights. The Flux comes out, that's going to slam down Y, sending him back to Lumbridge. And then Rox and Robo Eagle almost getting the Eagle in there, but Robo Eagle gets some great support from Niles. Kakashi able to find one in the back line. Nice Rice able to dash through Lazy. Right now it looks like Winton's defense, the totally transformed team with a flashy new backline, is starting to make a ton of plays.
Yeah, this defense is holding true for Winton thus far. And they've played this point very exceptionally with this Torbjorn thus far. Almost have all their ultimates online, minus the Gravitic Flux from Daikirai. UBCO Serpents struggling a bit, but also having some ultimates come up of their own. Preparing for this next fight, they will have the Self-Destruct and Sound Barrier online, with the Dragon Blade following suit shortly after.
Yeah, Winton, though, they've got an arsenal that they can respond with. Nice Rice, who has been great on the Genji, has a Nano Blade coming up. And it gets popped here, dicing through Ishan, trying to find more. Goes into the front line to try and find a couple more targets. Robo Eagle no longer for this world, but Y is able to respond with the kill onto Kakashi. The bomb, the blade, it combos well. The Serpents looking to take, but Torblarge has stepped into the fray. The lava is everywhere. Y has been sent packing. Torblarge and Daikirai clutching this one out.
Oh my lord, that molten core was fiery and the spiciest sriracha. Berkeley, I was surprised that Torblarge used it there, considering they only had 2 alive, no supports to follow suit for Winton, but it paid out. That high-risk, high-reward play has not allowed the Serpents to even take 1 tick of this first point in Pariso.
And now Winston have to fend off the Kitsune Rush from Niles. Why? Just 7 HP, able to get supported well. The Flux slams down a couple but finds no kills. Still, Daikirai in the front line trying to do what they can with these Hyper Spears, but nothing's been found. And right now, it looks like the Kitsune Rush is proving to be effective as Ishan and Y begin to pop off. And Chase finally, point 1, is going to be taken by the Serpents.
Yeah, with 10 seconds to spare, they were on the heels of their feet, Berkeley, for getting this first point. UBC Winton will not make it back in time, unfortunately, to defend, and that will kick us off in this series. This has been very close so far, and man, oh man, has Winton brought the energy on this defense we did not see on Control.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great, and just shaking up the supports has proven to be so effective for them. Kakashi, again, the DPS player, goes on to Ana and just is finding eliminations this game. It's such a boost to the Winton roster.
Yeah. Oh, it's a huge boost to the Winton roster. Kakashi is finding so much more value on this Ana and keeping the rest of the roster. I mean, and look at this in the backline. Just shot after shot, ringing true, healing the teammates as needed. Daikirai holding them at this nice choke in the door. Gonna get a bunch of extra shield off of that play. Gonna see also what Kakashi? Kakashi just kind of stood there as the self-destruct fell overhead from Robo Eagle, and that's gonna open up a huge opportunity for the Serpents.
I mean, I've been there. Your feet just feel like they get stuck in a wet cement. Kakashi just almost watched that bomb. But, you know, the Serpents get the payload moving. Winton, they're going to have a nice little clean reset. Plenty of time to set up again on second point. And they're about to have all 6 ultimates online. Serpents, though, have 5. So this next fight for second point is going to pop off. It's going to be colorful. It's going to be 4.2. And the Serpents, if they can get this one, they're feeling good going into point 3 with about 3 minutes.
Yeah, it'll be great. The overclock has popped on the side of Ishano, and we're going to hear the Kitsune Rush followed up by the Dragon Blade. Nice Rice with the Excalibur in the back pocket pulling out, but the sword must go back in the stone as Y is going to retaliate, pull that sucker out, and hit the back line of the Winton roster. The Serpents are on a rip and tear. Torblarge now finding themselves on the receiving end of some shurikens, but unfortunately for Y, he's going to go back to base wondering what happened as that turret laid its shots true and stopping the Serpents from slithering into this first point.
Torblarge with some esports ready movement right there, just ducking and diving right behind the Torb turret. Daikirai with the shield as well. Torblarge has done such a good job living through these fights. Now the flux comes out. We just have 2 seconds left. Serpents are able to get onto the payload. Nice Rice though goes straight into the back line. Finds the first kill onto Ishan. Robo Eagle no longer in the mecha suit. And this should be an easy cleanup for Winton. And what a transformation this Winton squad has gone under to just prove themselves here on Paraiso. It's their map pick, and they look strong.
Very strong, Berkeley. And I'm starting to think that maybe the first point, the Li Jiang map, was more for feeling out the Serpents with the Brig. Maybe they were saying, you know, let's wait to switch until times get dire and use a bit more of a prominent healing backline composition when we need it. But for first, let's see how the Brig does. They tried it out. The Brig didn't work. They made the swap to this Ana, and the Serpents have struggled since.
Yeah, Chase, it's really good that they have such an effective backup plan that is so different than their identity was for Lijiang Tower. I mean, coming into this game with a Kiriko Ana is just so much more healing. Things for the Serpents on the side of Winton probably feel like they're just unkillable. The amount of healing they're getting now is completely different than it was round 1, where it was just armor packs and the occasional healing from Wolf and Shroud on the Moira if they were able to get to the target that needed healing. Right now, Winton is just looking really, really good. Totally different than they did in map 1.
Not to mention, Winton also has a ton of survivability just in the abilities of their DPS and frontline. If you look at it, I mean, Torblarge has healing he can give himself. Nice Rice obviously has the deflect, and the Sigma has the kinetic grasp to ensure that they can get some overhealing as well. So pair that with Wolf and Shroud in the backline, able to take out any targets that are attempting to dive, and you've got a solid, sealed tight defense roster. Now, the question is, Berkeley, how will this fare for them on offense?
Yeah, Torblarge is not going to have as easy of a time bringing that insane value on attack, but Nice Rice is going to get Nano Blades. Torblarge immediately makes me eat my words. Finds an opening pick here from the low ground, just spamming those rivets up top. Ashan is able to take down Daikirai, and this is where the attack starts to kind of unravel. Without the Sigma, you really can't push into a Paraiso point that just has these high grounds horseshoeing around the entire objective.
Yeah, that is an annoying DPS line to deal with, Berkeley. Y on the Soldier 76 and Asano on the Sojourn, taking different routes at that on this point, holding different high grounds. It's going to be tough for Winton to get in there and get a pick when they're so spread out on the Serpents and have such a solid defense.
Now Winton go up to the high ground. The battle for British Columbia continues. Winton staging very well here. Torblarge sends in a turret. It gets taken down quickly by Niles. Kakashi, though, from the high ground once again, proving to be a force to be reckoned with from the support slot. Finds 2 kills here. Ashan responding. The railgun starting to slap. Kakashi in the retreat can't get away fast enough, and Ashan is able to clutch up this fight despite the Serpents being down too early.
Yeah, that was surprising, Berkeley. It looked like a great fight for him, and unfortunately they weren't able to follow through. 2 minutes and 20 seconds now on the clock with no ticks. This is looking to be a replica of what we saw in the first round, and the difference will be whether or not they're able to take it in the last 10 seconds like the Serpents did in the previous round.
The Serpents on the Winston composition here on a Paraiso defense that is just so high ground heavy. Looking really hard to beat. Wolf and Shroud opens up this fight with the Coalescence. Torblarge is able to land a rivet straight into the skull of Ishan. But now the Nano Winston, a force to be reckoned with right in your face. Wolf and Shroud is able to keep Kakashi alive and find that kill onto Robo Eagle. Now Winston can finally push in. They have a Nano Boost if they want to use it. They also have the Gravitic Flux. Doesn't seem like they need to spend those ultimates, at least not just yet. Nice Rice goes up to contest the high ground. We've got about 50% taken.
Now, though, I was about to say Nice Rice is sort of the determiner of whether or not they're going to take this point. Ooh, very, very lucky. I thought the Serpents were going to make it back in time to touch Berkeley, but it looks like Winton was steadfast in their hold on taking this payload, and now they have just around 80 meters to push it. They got 3.5 minutes to make that mark.
Torblarge disconnects here. A little bit of combat happening.
Sag. We
And
got a
there
pause.
we get our pause. A lot of ultimates coming up online for these teams. We should get Torblarge back into the game very quickly here. I don't believe there was any serious connection issue, so we're just gonna have a little chit chat, dissect this game a little bit before we hop back into Paris.
Oh, looks like we also lost Berkeley. However, here in the Midwest, we call that an ope. Berkeley's back.
I knew I
You're
was
back.
here.
Well,
Turns
yeah.
out I'm actually Torblarge, and I've been playing and casting the whole time. It's a lot easier when my turret's doing all the aiming. So, I have trouble shot calling for my team, but it's not the worst.
I'm impressed.
Thanks.
I don't know how you do that, but I'm impressed. We need some W's in chat for Berkeley. That's insane. But no, in the Midwest.
Let's talk at the same time 3 more times in a row.
I agree with that 100%. We should continue talking at the same time.
We'll fix that. You go, though. You had a point you wanted to say.
Yeah, no, I was going to say in the Midwest, when you disconnect mid-round, we call that an ope. Ope. Let me just sneak right past you to my modem and flip that real quick, as I'm sure that's what happened to Torblarge, not in the fact that they just disconnected.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had fairly horrible internet and a big sister that would just come by and just yank the Ethernet cord right out of my PC sometimes during comp games, so that was always fun. Don't know if that's what Torblarge has going on for him. Hopefully the connection is sorted out shortly. Nuke, more thoughts. Winton looking different. The backline is strong, but the Serpents still seem like they have the edge in this game.
My only concern, Berkeley, is they made no changes whatsoever going from defense to offense. And I fear that now we're seeing the Serpents make some changes to their roster. We saw the swap over to Winston on Winton, which is very funny in its own right. I think that they're going to start cornering. The Serpents are going to start, pushing Winton in a corner, but no one puts Monkey in a corner. If Winton is able to make some swaps and work with this composition. Yeah, it was a Dirty Dancing reference. But if they're able to make some swaps and make this comp work for them, then they're going to have an easy time, as we've seen. I just fear that they're going to get stuck in this composition a little bit as we move through the series.
I almost forgot that Winton doesn't have to push this one incredibly far, and they're going to have a Nano Blade to do it. Nice Rice going in, slicing up wide.
Oh, wow.
The blade is sharp tonight. Niall's gone as well, now dueling with Ishan up on the high ground. Should be able to win this one, and does. Now the payload just has a few more meters to go, and Chase, it looks like we're going to be all tied up. The first game of the night. That's not a 3-0 sweep.
Let's go, and that's what you want to see, Berkeley, in a rivalry such as this. The second map, Parisa will go on the side of Winton, which Nice Rice is the Genji player of the game. Will this be? We just saw? Yeah, it will be. This Nano Blade was absolutely beautiful.
Nice Rice looking nice. We're going to be headed over to Escort in just a minute. We're going to hop out for a quick break, and we'll be back with the map right after this.
And just like a couple of Rugrats, you can't keep us away for long. Once again, I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined by Berkeley Alt Charge Stevens, and we've got an even game in the battle for BC here in the Challengers Pacific Frontier Division in the NECC. I am eager to see what this third map is looking like, as UBC is going to ban Junkertown and UBCO will pick Havana. UBC decides to stay defense. This is an interesting development, Berkeley, because Winton was very prominent on their defense in Pariso, actually winning that second map for them and putting them back on the scoreboard. A completely different team from what we saw in the first round. Berkeley, what do you think Winton has to do to stay on top so far against the Serpents?
Well, it's going to be really hard to stay on top the whole time for this regional rivalry, but the battle for British Columbia is far from over. I think Winton really made the right moves, changing up their backline, putting Torblarge onto Torb. I mean, that one is just a given. They should have written that one in right away. His battle tag is Torblarge. He clutched a fight completely on one of those defenses on Paraiso on Torb. So keep him on his favorite hero and you should be okay. Keep the backline strong and stable. You should be okay. But we haven't seen the Serpents have to scratch their head and come up with answers. So we're going to see what they pull out of the bag. Havana is a very different map than Paraiso. Much more poke heavy, I feel like, too. So we'll see if snipers come out to the pitch for the first time tonight.
That would be excellent to watch, Berkeley. I have a question for you. How does a serpent scratch its head?
Listen, man.
I'm just wondering.
They're so flexible. You just, I'm twisting and turning right now in my seat to try and like show you, but you can't see. I don't know. You use the tail end of the snake there, and you just kind of give a little scratchy scratch.
Yeah, I love how we have the slippery snakes versus the meek monkeys in this series. It's a very fun series thus far. Shout out to both of these teams, and while we have the second and the floor, shout out over to our production, Cinzia and Caroline Shaw, making things roll on the back end. We appreciate you as always. But moving into Havana, it is up to UBCO to push this payload, and Winton will hold at all costs.
That they will. That they will. Why does break out the Widowmaker pick, going for a hook shot here. Nearly hit that one onto Kakashi. That one just missed left. Now Robo Eagle trying to hold it down here on the front line as the payload rounds the first corner of Havana. And Y starting to open up some angles, waiting for a head to poke out in the back line, but nothing happens just yet.
It's going to be lazy as well on the payload on this Baptiste, keeping the rest of the roster alive, the rest of their capabilities, making it through to this first choke pretty much uncontested. They're going to find their first, footing here with Daikirai getting a melee on Lazy. It's going to be Robo Evil taking out Daikirai in response. UBCO looking strong. Torblarge not finding great positioning for that turn. It's going to fall to Y. Niles on the Zenyatta, which I feel may be the counterplay the Serpents are looking for against this Winton composition. That Discord Orb can pretty much fry anything on defense Winston throwing out.
That was a really excellent push there from the Serpents on point number one. Niles was going right along with the payload. Deshaun was off to the left side, and then Y was sniping from the right side, just kitty-quartering these crossfire angles onto the Winston squad, making it so they had nowhere safe to stand, and the payload cruised to the first objective. They had 5 minutes on the clock after the doors opened.
And that is where you want to be. However, I would say this factory, Berkeley, this Fact Victoria, is the danger zone. If the payload halts in here, momentum will come to a flat line, and it is very difficult to pick back up.
Yeah, the Serpents right now, again, trying to set up that crossfire best they can with Robo Eagle pushing up to this close side angle. Sean just trying to take almost a backline angle from the attacker's perspective. And Winton, they're able to stand strong for now, but for just how long? The Ant Matrix comes out, as does the Flux from Robo Eagle. That one slams down. They're only able to clean up Nice Rice. Daikirai falls as well. And right now, the Serpents on the high ground looking so lethal. Cruising to the second objective as well. There's just nowhere to stand, Chase.
Yeah, Sean is headhunting from this high ground, and I'm appalled to find no one on the Winton roster was contesting that high ground, Berkeley. They literally have a Torbjorn, and that turret is perfect up in that area. However, as I said earlier, the momentum can completely halt if you're stopped in the factory. The opposite is also true. If you maintain momentum through the factory, you'll find yourselves exactly where the Serpents are, and that is 5 minutes on the clock with, about 100 meters to go.
Y does go down, so we could see the momentum finally come to a halt, but Ishan responds with that kill on the Nice Rice. Very great timing to find that kill. They do lose Robo Eagle though, so without a shield, maybe they have to give up some ground. Valkyrie finally, with the blood in the water, starts to send this defense forward, and once again, we have seen the payload stop, but it's really the first time we've seen it.
True. It is the first time we have seen it stopped, and it's also, we're watching both sides. Serpents is going to make a swap off that Widowmaker. Going to instead just put Y on the Cole Cassidy, which makes a lot more sense. Ishano, though, sorry, Sean still getting these headshots on the Sojourn and proving a prominent member for the Serpents on their push.
Robo Eagle straight up into the front line again, right under this little archway. Sean railgun a headshot onto Torblarge. The Ant Matrix comes up. Serpents are trying to end this one here and now, but Nice Rice into the backline with the visor trying to make a play, but Niles answers it there with a nice little karate kick.
Yeah, Nice Rice attempting to take a flank on a catty corner angle. Unfortunately, not finding what they were looking for. That's going to be a transcendence on point, 2.4 meters away. Unfortunately, Torblarge will fall at the front of the point. Nice Rice trying to find themselves in position to hopefully defend, but they will fall with 3 minutes and 31 seconds left on the clock. The Serpents will finalize their push and leave a mountain for Winton to climb if they want to make it ahead in this series.
Yeah, and these close games like this one, you usually win your map picks, especially when, it is a pick ban system, and this seems like the escort map that UBC, the Serpents, wanted the entire time. I mean, it seemed like the ban didn't even matter for them because this is where they were headed. Their strategy from point 1 to 3 was so succinct. The crossfires with snipers, Y changing from Widowmaker to Hanzo to Cassidy, all at the right time to keep the range that they wanted to fight at incredibly effective. The Serpents just obliterated Winton on this push, and I don't think Winton are able to win this map, mainly because 3.5 minutes on Havana is incredible.
Tough. It's very tough, and the Serpents with a absolute masterclass, as you mentioned, Berkeley, in having a game plan and articulating it to the finest point. Every push, they knew exactly what they were doing. They made the transitions as needed, and it was a flawless push to be added to the NECC books. Winton gonna have to follow that up. That's almost like following up a Steve Jobs TED Talk. You just can't. You just gotta watch an all and then call it. But of course, Winton, that's not in their agenda whatsoever. This is their series to win. This battle for the BC is underway, and Winton really wants this win.
Yeah, and they're on the right composition. Nice Rice with the Nano Blade could get them there. If they're able to use that when the payload is near the objectives, that should be enough to just kind of clean up the fights that they need to. But the Serpents are going to have Transcendence for that. Niles has to be able to keep track of the Nano Blade, make sure they always have the trance to respond. And if Torblarge is going to be able to just find those rivet picks at the start of fights, then Winton are actually going to be able to push this one fairly easily. So can't let Torblarge get that free value, and you got to find a way to just silence the Nano Blades. That's how the Serpents need to defend.
Torblarge as well, throwing the turret in front of the payload as a set the load size to oof, Berkeley. You hate to see that. But tell me, how is this defensive roster and comp working right now? They obviously have Torblarge on DPS, which is more of a defensive pick, but then they have a Genji for that backline engagement. This is just a kind of an odd roster if I've ever seen one, and it's exactly what I said earlier, Berkeley. I'm afraid that they're going to fall into this habit of thinking that it's just going to work and just got to keep throwing it at the wall. Unfortunately, it's not working for this roster right now.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has some strengths. If you're able to get that poke damage, then Nice Rice can just send himself in there, try and get a dash reset on a quick elimination. But if you're not able to send Nice Rice in there fight after fight, then you're really just playing for Nano Blade and the Kitsune Rush.
Right.
And that's not something you can rely on when you're going up against the Serpents, who just completed the map with 3 minutes on the clock. They got it to work every fight, not relying on ultimates, although they're starting to pop off with them here. The Visor with the Ant Matrix is almost an unstoppable combo, and Winton is not going to stop it here.
Yeah, at that point you have to back up, and Winton trying to dedicate some resources to hopefully stopping it, and instead they're going to find themselves on the awful end of it, a 5 to 10 second stagger, which could mean a world of difference with 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Coming back up though, Winton is about to have all their ultimates online, especially maybe leading this fight off with the Kitsune Rush. If that doesn't work, it's time to break out the Nano Blade. Niles only has Transcendence for one of those resources that Winton used. As long as they use them in the proper order and they follow them up well, they should be able to get point 1.
Oh! What a beautiful follow-up kill from Torblarge as well. We're now seeing the overclocked pop from Ishan. Headhunting in the backline, gonna find the Torb turret. Gravitic Flux coming out from Daikirai. Throwing it on point, looking for a massive boulder kill. Not gonna find it, but Torblarge will clean up in the back. Looks like Winton will take this first point at least. Now, whether or not they're able to push through a factory is a mystery that remains to be unsolved.
Yeah, the Serpent's composition is just being able to crossfire so much better than the Winton comp. They do have the Nano Blade coming up. That should at least get Winton onto these high grounds and kick the Serpents off. But if the Serpents set back up, there's almost no dislodging them without that Nano Blade.
Not at all. It's going to be difficult to do so without expending some ultimate resources. And what's also tough is Kakashi can't really support Nice Rice here. Wolfenshroud will be able to get in, but it's a matter of whether or not you can keep Wolfenshroud alive. Nice Rice is able to do that in the backline, finding huge value on that Nando Blade and sending the UBCO Serpents back to the spot. Winton doing well to push through this factory, but if we're the Serpents have to regroup and stop them here, unless if they want to be on the receiving end of what they dished out in their offense.
Yeah, so this is just what I said would happen, is they're able to get them off with the Visor, but can they keep them off the high ground now that they no longer have that? Visor already coming in from a cross angle is going to make Winton have nowhere safe to stand again. That's been the story here on Havana. Robo Eagle's able to push in now that it's a 5 versus 4 and has the Flux online as well. I mean, this is just disaster in the making for Winton. They're relying on the Nano Blade to get them through, and you only have it once every 90 seconds or so, and you're already down huge on time in this game.
Not to mention, Niles has not had to use Transcendence. Not even for the Dragon Blade earlier. Niles held on to the Transcendence, and I'm eager to see what Niles is going to use it for. I mean, Daikirai has Gravitic Flux coming online, but after that, we're going to see a desert of a Lu of ultimates from Winton until they're able to get Molten Core or Dragon Blade back online. And of course, they're going to have the Kitsune Rush, but there's nothing to pair it with.
Flux to lead things off here. Torblarge goes down, and just trouble getting through these opening doors in the distillery phase here on Havana for Winton. They have a Kitsune Rush and a Flux of their own, but again, can this team do it without the Nano Blade? That is the question. They've got 60 seconds to get point 2.
They're going to try. They have to give it their all. Playing on this high ground, we are going to see the Gravitic Flux pop. That's going to be the Transcendence and the Kitsune to follow suit. Headhunting in the back line. Ishan with taking out both the Torb turret and the Torbjorn. Nice Rice following up, taking out Y and Niles in the back line. That's going to be Daikirai on Lazy. And Nice Rice with the third Dragon Blade kill on Robo Eagle will allow Winton the push they need. The sacrifice has been made. Nice Rice will fall for the team to barely nudge it over the edge, Berkeley.
I don't know if they're going to get it in time. Wise over to the Tracer now. There's going to be a contest here from the Serpents. Looking like a final boss are the Serpents like Zulrah. They're back into the point in time. The shield is up for Robo Eagle, and they're not going anywhere anytime soon. Look at this, Ishan setting up an angle in the back line, looking deadly, closing in on Kakashi, trying to find this kill with the rails. Kakashi having to backpedal, shot after shot as Ishan laces in the railgun, but it's not enough. We do have Winton prevailing here in overtime. They get it done. They don't need the Nano Blade, but now they are short on time. 90 seconds to finish the map.
Nice Rice having his sprinting shoes on as these dashes are clean. The resets are constant from this menace of a Genji on the side of Winton. And with only a minute left, they do have a chance to make it to the end, Berkeley. But even if we reset, 3 minutes and 31 seconds is a mountain to climb.
It is a mountain to climb. I mean, I don't think they make it to third point with any time on the clock, so at the very least, Winston is going to have an incredible OT defense if they're even able to get that far. Right now, the Serpents are just trying to get this done without ultimates. Ice Rise goes down to the headshot there from Y, who's back onto Cassidy for the third point, already proving to be effective. Ashan slides in, helping out Y for a couple elims there, and now, Nuke, 30 seconds. It's got to happen this fight.
30 seconds left, and man, I gotta give shots to Niles on the side of the Serpents. These Discord orbs on Daikirai in the front line and cleaning up anyone on the back line have really paved the way for the rest of the roster to find these necessary kills and push over the edge. Kitsune is gonna get popped on point. Torblarge will have Molten Core. Are they gonna wait to use it? Probably. They gotta make it in. The Immortality is gonna get popped. Deadeye as well to follow suit. Hopefully clearing some space, but it will find the mark on Daikirai. That's gonna be the Gravitic Flux. Now popped from Robo Eagle, flying high in the skies. Ishana with the overclock charge kills as well. Wilson went into the spawn room. Serpents are going to lead 2-1 in this Nail Biter series.
These teams right now just winning their map picks, looking so good on them. It'll be Winton's map pick up next. They've got to respond well on push. Chase, we don't see a lot of push here in the NECC, at least not early season. A lot of the games do end up being 3-0s, but this regional rivalry, the battle for BC, has not disappointed. I love the fact that we're headed into map 4 with a ton of bragging rights still on the table.
Oh, as do I. I'm excited to see push, Berkeley. Like you said, it's not often that we're able to see any of the push maps. So between New Queen Street, Coliseo, and Esperanza, which are you hoping for?
Ooh, Temple of Anubis, for sure. No, I can't say New Queen Street. I can't say Coliseo. That doesn't leave me with a lot of choices. I'm going to have to say Esperanza. What about you?
I know you're not a fan of the push maps. For me, I would love to see some Coliseo between these two teams. I think that could be a real slobber knocker of a game. But we have a short break, and we'll find out very soon. Go grab some popcorn, use the bathroom, and we'll be right back shortly. And welcome back once again. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined once again by Berkeley Altcharge Stevens, and we have the battle for the BC to round out. Berkeley, UBC Winton versus UBCO Serpents. The Serpents are now up 2-1 going into push. And we got it in from our producers over break. UBC is going to switch their composition again. Kakashi's going to go to tank. Goat back in for DPS. Nice Rice is going to go over to support. UBCO is going to ban new Queen Street. And UBC will pick Coliseum. I personally am elated to see this map. I'm sure you have some different feelings about it.
Mixed feelings on Coliseum. I really just don't like where the bot starts. I think the rest of the map is fine. I just really not a fan of how it's just one linear tunnel sightline, and then just goes into like high ground fiestas. But that's my own gripe with the map. We don't need to worry about that. I just think it makes for a very long first fight, and then it almost seems like you need to change your comp every time the bot gets to the high ground phases. But that's okay. Right now, I just kind of want to touch on how Winton seem like they're really well coached, and they take these lineup changes very seriously. The last one they made was incredibly effective, and they wasted no time to sub in for some different roles once it stopped working. So I love when a team has that sort of flexibility. I hope it pays off this game and it heads us into a map 5.
Very excited as we head into this map as well. Coming from a coaching perspective, that is a very effective tool you can utilize as a coach. Just as you're switching levels when you're playing in Overwatch and ideally making people, move and adapt to the situation, you would see the same in a transition of moving people in and out of roles. If someone plays Tracer a certain way and you swap them out and now you have someone new on that Tracer, they can play it an entirely different way. And that's exactly what we could see as we see Kakashi swapping onto the tank role from the support role, and Nice Rice actually going to be swapping over to support for this transition.
And the only thing that I think might be a weakness for Winton is not that they're bad at Torb, but just that the Serpents can bank on the Torb being played and then counterpick to that. I think that for the Serpents just kind of bodes well. We've seen the Hanzo work super well against Torblarge just because it takes care of the turret right away. Ishan on the Sojourn also is able to take down the turret rather easily. One thing we haven't seen the Serpents go back to is Y on the Reaper, which worked super well on Lijiang Tower, and I'm just surprised we haven't seen it since then.
I was about to mention that, Berkeley. We've seen Torblarge on this Torbjorn, who he didn't even play that in the first round on Lijiang Tower, and I'm surprised Y hasn't made the transition back over to the Reapers. It could find a ton of value, especially in this composition. UBC Winton, though, pulling out an OG Overwatch 1 composition almost. This is going to be interesting to watch, as the Serpents will have an Orisa, and that is a Battle Cattle. And maybe that's what BC is the true abbreviation for.
I do like how Torblarge is playing the Torb just to start this game. Camping in the back line, not trying to do things up in the front line, knowing that they have to keep Wolf and Shroud and Nice Right safe. Goat nearly able to find this kill onto Lazy, but Lazy finally gets unantied and is able to amp up the sound just a little bit. The Serpents, though, they're in some trouble. Finally, they're able to get a kill as Y is able to burst down the Goat, but their health bars are still looking low. The Serpents need to find something else faster. Winton's going to start taking them down. Why now? Getting active on this left side flank. But still, just time will tell. Can they get in on the back line with a pesky Torb turret back there? After taking down Nice Rice, it looks like the window is open.
Tell me why. It ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why. It ain't nothing but a mistake. I'm telling you why. Why is not gonna leave Winton the same. This is a crazy play from this Tracer on the Serpents, allowing them a lot of momentum in the early starting phases of this map. Also having this Pulse Bomb now online for any of the Winton roster has theirs in the back corner. That's a massive anti-nade though that's going to fall on point, and the 2 kills are going to crack open this fight wide open for UBC Winton.
And I don't know if that was planned coordination or just some incredibly nice and lucky coordination, but Kakashi's Fire Strike, Wolf and Shroud's nade at the same time hit the same 2 targets, and Ishan and Niles were just bursted down to 10 HP in a flash. No chance of surviving that, and now Winton can push the bot through the tunnel phase pretty easily, but this one's still very close contested. Y closes in with the Pulse Bomb, takes down Wolf and Shroud. The Torb turret is removed by Ishan, and now Y can start to go a little more crazy in the back line. He's going to be let loose, and Ishan in the front line let loose as well. You can't keep these 2 in a cage for long.
Not at all. Y on this Tracer is making a mark on this map. That could be the difference maker the Serpents need to pull this game out in a 3-1 victory. Winton does have some plays in their back pocket though. Both of the support ultimates are online, as they do have the Nano and they can drop the beat with the Lucio. Dragon Blade gonna come out as well. However, they will not Nano the Dragon Blade. It seems like it's not needed, as they've already gotten 2. And that's a very nice adaptive call, probably coming from Wolfenshroud, telling Goat, you got this, you're the greatest of all time.
And I love it. You just get the nano boost for the next fight. You don't have the lead right now, so you're not trying to push with the Nano Blade to close out the game. Right now, it's all about staggering your ultimates and making sure you have enough every single fight to do the job. There, they didn't need the Nano Boost, so why would you spend it? Now they've got it maybe to put on the Kakashi or Goat again to go for a deep dive coming up.
And contested right at the line, 34.5 meters to 35 meters. We're going to see the Terra Surge on point, but that will be a nano boosted Kakashi, as this Reinhardt holding up the shield for the roster. It's going to be a Sean taking out Kakashi though. Both teams finding themselves on the back end, really on the back foot. UBC might barely take this one through, push to a new point, I guess is what you would call that, new checkpoint.
And teams in push do have almost an 80% win rate if they get this objective, the advanced spawns first. So always huge in push to try and be the first team to reach the checkpoint. It looks like Winton is right on the verge, but the Serpents are going to be able to contest in time. Just a meter to go, and they do manage to get out there. Serpents, though, they don't have a lot of tools to work with, and now there's lava everywhere. Nowhere to stand if you're a Serpent. They've got to slither back to cover. Rashawn's not able to do so in time. Kakashi still has the Earth Shatter if they want to lay it down right in the Robo Eagle's face. They haven't chosen to do it yet. Getting backed up, Wolfentrap and Forflarge get a couple of kills, and Kakashi's able to continue swinging for the fences.
Wow, and that's pretty much going to be it. They're going to get the forward spawn. Winton flipping the script on this game and staying true with this composition. The same one that they pulled out at the very beginning, not making any transitions or changes whatsoever, feeling confident in their play, and that confidence is showing.
Oh man, the 5-man slam gets laid down. Kakashi cleans up the pin, connects with 2 kills, and the bot continues to just slowly march along toward the Serpent's spawn. Right now, Chase, what can the Serpents do to answer?
I mean, I'm always in the favor of crying. Crying is always an option. The man tells you it's not, but it is. So if I'm the Serpents, exactly, if I'm the Serpents, I'm shedding that tear and I'm getting in there, right? They have the composition to pull it off. They need to play off of this Orisa a lot more and find the picks. Maybe the Orisa needs to turn around as Goat dives the backline, get a javelin pick, and then turn and focus the attention on the next available target in the front line. That's going to be Goat diving for the backline again, but Y is going to find the headshot this time, and the Serpents are flanking from every which way. That's Ishano now in the backline, taking out Wolfenshroud, and this Winton does not have much to stand on.
No, and they use all their ultimates too. They use the Nano, the Sound Barrier, they use the Molten Core. They spend absolutely everything after Goat dies, popping that Dragon Blade. I'm not sure that's the right move there. Right now, the Serpents, they win an easy fight, and they only use 2 ultimates to do it.
Yeah, that was, I'd say a misplay from Winton for sure, Berkeley. They did not need to pop all those ultimates, especially after going down 2. They made a pretty big mark with their first push, and honestly, they could have just regrouped, came back, and won this fight, continued their push, but now it's going to be a much tougher fight to find. That's an Earth Shatter coming through, finding another 4! Kakashi in the backline, Sharingan primed, and he is going Mangekyo with this push.
Alright, Nuke, explain to the viewers at home what on earth you just said.
Kakashi is the sensei to Naruto in the popular anime Naruto, and he has a eye ability called the Sharingan. So if you've heard me mention the Sharingan a couple of times, that is the reason why. Watch Naruto, it's a great anime.
Alright, little Naruto shout out there. I like it. I didn't know what you meant, but now I do. Thanks for educating me.
That's what I'm here for.
I know. You're always there explaining the anime references when I don't understand them. Serpents, they win another easy fight. This is a fantastic spot to defend from, but they have a lot of pushing progress in front of them if they want to tie this game up. 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock, as this is kind of the phase of the push game mode that a lot of people don't like, as it seems like the game mode is a couple minutes longer than it needs to be. Right now, we've just got this back and forth action in front of us when we keep heading through this tunnel phase.
Yeah, that's very true. But the Serpents, Berkeley, have primed themselves exceptionally well to take this point. Ishano's going to pop the overclock, and that's going to be a beautiful Deadeye to follow up. However, they're going to find themselves on the end of another Scale 9 Earthquake. Kakashi landing that Earth Shatter again. Every time at that corner, I think it's been 2 or 3 Earth Shatters now, Kakashi has landed, and they're just able to push this robot back across the map. The Serpents really needed to utilize some resources there to ensure they did not get held once again.
Yeah, the Serpents are shieldless. Now finally Robo Eagle is onto the Reinhardt, so they have something to block a shatter with, because Kakashi has just been demonstrating how free it is to win with Earth Shatter in that closed corridor tunnel. Now Kakashi just goes guns blazing, charges right down the staircase there. Robo Eagle's able to escape out the front door, taking down Goat with a little hammer swing there, and charging across is Kakashi again, but it seems like Winton have a little too little members remaining in this fight to make any more progress.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Berkeley, but this is looking like a game 5. I don't know if the Serpents are going to be able to pull this one back. They're going to have to win the next really 3 fights, fight after fight, relentlessly if they're going to want to catch up. And Winton, all they have to do is just hold the defense, just once.
Yeah, they get to just defend the tunnel with Shatter every single time, Molten Core if they need it. While I'm speaking, Goat swapped back over to the Genji, so they're going to have the Nano Blade combo if they want to use that to finish the map. The Serpents, right now, they've got to find a way to push this bot a long, long ways. They haven't even gotten that advanced spawn checkpoint yet. Kashi right now steps right up into the front line, blocks the slam, now has a chance to lay it down and does!
Not again. It's happened every time. I think count them 4. Kakashi landing with the Earth style jutsu, killing everyone on the side of UBCO. The Serpents are going to have to slither their way back to spawn and strategize a new game plan for Game 5 in this Nail-Biter series. We couldn't have asked for a better battle of British Columbia, Berkeley.
Yeah, the battle for BC continues as we head into map 5. We're going to be going back over to Control, but that'll be just after this break. Stick around, map 5, right after this. All right, and we're back for the Battle of British Columbia, and we're headed to Map 5. This game has been a petrichor. Since this is college esports, let's have a little vocab lesson. Petrichor refers to that nice, refreshing, earthy smell after a long spell of dry weather. And that is what it has felt like having these 0-3 games after 0-3 games, sweep after sweep. But now at the end of the night, we're rewarded with a great rivalry going all the way to Map 5.
Absolutely. Going back to where it all started, Control Berkeley. And my attention has been fastidious against this entire series. Once again, back to our language session. That is being attentive to and concerned about the accuracy and detail. And I'm telling you, it has been accurate on the front and back end of these games, Berkeley.
Yeah, it has been. It's been a lot of fun. We're going to Nepal for the last map. This is the first stage in the previous set that we casted in the Legends division, and there were some snipers that got out to the field. It was mainly anchor tanks as well. Do you think we're going to see some similar play here for the Challengers division?
Well, I'm telling you, if the last round over and push had anything to say about it, I think we're going to see double Reinhardts going into this game. Now, the quintessential thing going into this final map, Berkeley, is that we can't see Winton change again. What they have is what they have, right? So
Yeah.
the process we've seen this entire series is Winton throws something out, the Serpents aren't expecting it, the Serpents adapt, Winton changes comp, and we rinse and repeat. That's how we've gotten to this game 5. So now that all the cards are on the table and they're about to flip them over, we'll have to see who's able to make do with what they have.
And nobody's lost their map pick yet. So right now you gotta say that the Serpents are probably the favorite to win, but you're a little more limited on Control and how the map is going to change. You know, there's not too much of a difference between any of the Control maps. There are some, but not like there are with like an Escort map where you could have Junkertown or you could have Dorado. You could have no natural cover or you could have all the high ground in the world. Control's not quite like that, so should be a very even battleground for map 5.
I would not be surprised if we saw 2 Reinhardts and 2 Symmetras. Maybe even a Winston if Symmetra's picked. I think there may be a lot of counterpicking going into this final game, but it's going to be an all-out slugfest for Battle of the BC. What I love saying, though, Berkeley, I think I've said this almost every time we've gone to Game 5, really give it up to both sides. I know it's hard to cheer for the other team when you're playing your backyard in this regional rivalry, but going to game 5 really puts on a performance, and both of these teams have to be tired, right? It's 11:26 in Central Time, over midnight in Eastern Time, and I know that these teams are giving it their all in this final map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit earlier there over in BC, but still, I mean, pushing past 10 p.m., I would imagine they're, you know, it's not that they're over this game, but they're going to be so jazzed up. It's going to be difficult to go to sleep. Whoever wins or loses this game, I mean, your emotions are going to be pretty much peaked. This is the game that both of these teams on their schedule. And as far as the regular season goes, obviously playoffs are a different beast. You want to win all those games incredibly, but regular season, this is the one that matters the most on both of these teams' schedules. And the fact that it went to map 5 just means that you can only imagine the Discord voice chats are going crazy. Both of these teams right now, the energy just has to be through the roof, and somehow they've got to go to bed and then wake up and go to class tomorrow. I mean, the struggle of an esports athlete.
It's real. It's very real, Berkeley. Just as this game 5 is about to be real, I gotta say, I think it could go either way. I truly think Winton could pull it out in this game 5. I also think the Serpents could adapt. They've found that strategy every time they've needed it, and I don't think it's going to be any different going into this final map.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see just like these two teams break out compositions that we're familiar with. For Winton, that just means a Torb locking it down. I think Torb is a good pick compared to what they had way back on Lijiang Tower over an hour and 20 minutes ago when Torblarge was playing tank. Now Torblarge is going to be on DPS. So it seems like this lineup has reached its final form right at the apex of this game. And then on the side of the Serpents, put Y back on that Reaper, right? We haven't seen it since Lijiang Tower. It was so effective. I think Y can break that out again, and Winton are going to have to remember how to answer it.
Yeah, I think they are. And Berkeley, you brought up, the fact that this game 5, chat's going to go crazy amongst both of these teams. Coming from a coaching perspective and a director's perspective in this situation, you could go all season playing some of the hardest teams in your league, and your college is 9 times out of 10, the administration is only going to focus on the rivalry matches. So if anything's going to make the real, Berkeley, this is what's going to make the news. This game 5 is about to be.
Nuke, how you doing? Okay, you're in the map, right? We're here.
I'm in the map now. Yeah, I see this now.
We're near the end
99.99. I didn't know what was going on.
What's happening? Winton look like they're clutching out this last fight right as the buzzer's about to ding. They've got to flip this one back from the Serpents, and they're able to. I mean, we're just getting thrown into the fire here, but Winton take map number 1 of Nepal.
What happened? What happened? Yeah, Winton taking round 1, I reckon, and the Serpents now finding themselves on the back foot, or I guess Serpents don't really have a back foot, so on the back slither. They're gonna have to regroup for this next round. They're making some swaps, doing some changes to the lineup as they head into the second map or point of Nepal.
Yeah, going into point 2, Winton is going to be running a comp similar to what we saw in Legends Division. That's the Rhine-May composition that's going to just try and take the point and then seal off these doors so the Serpents can't get back easily. The Serpents are using what worked on Lijiang Tower. Can it work here on a difficult objective on Nepal?
That's what they're going to try. Berkeley, I am floored that we haven't seen Symmetra on either side. Symmetra is so prominent on these points, and we've seen it played time and time again in the Challengers division. I'm just floored.
Haven't seen it yet. Y does go in on the Reaper, though, and the Reaper's so effective for the Serpents all night long. They weren't able to win last round, but we did get to see that Y was playing the Reaper indeed. So the Serpents, they close the distance, they hit the speed. Robo Eagle and Y go straight into the back line, launching themselves at Winton. And we get a pause here. Serpents take point 1.
Looks like the Serpents are positioning themselves to come back in this series. We got a bit of a tech pause. I think they're going to work through some things briefly. We got a little bit of delay, as Berkeley said at the beginning of the broadcast, between what's actually happening and what's happening on our end. So far, I wasn't expecting Winton to take round 1, but on that particular map of Nepal, or point of Nepal, Berkeley, it is a bit easier to play around the Torbjorn, right? Those turrets can be very sneaky in the corners.
Yeah, out of all the Nepal points that I almost expect Winton to drop, it is this village point. I think they're going to have a lot better luck with the Torb as we head over to Shrine in point 3 if Winton aren't able to win this round. But this is a great stage for the Serpents to even up the series and head us into a third point of Nepal, the final stage for map 5 of what's been a great series.
It's been a showstopper series, seriously. And what's great about this, Berkeley, is they've got a lot of awesome VOD material. We talked about it a little bit on the previous podcast, on the previous broadcast earlier this evening. But Overwatch 2 is in such a great state. There's such a diversity of heroes, and we've seen that in this set. We've seen both players swap in roles and players swap heroes almost every round, sometimes multiple times within the round.
Yeah, and I mean, it's taken all 4 maps that buffered between control, but finally having Y back on the Reaper, I think that really is what the Serpents needed. I mean, my personal favorite character is the Reaper guy. He's very powerful, special move, honestly, one of the best in the game. And so he comes equipped with these 2 revolvers, and it only takes about 3 or 4 shots to actually execute a kill. So it comes really in handy, especially when you come from the side. Hey. That was for like 2 people in chat that got that very old copy
Overwatch
pasta reference.
Yes. Oh, you're a gem, Berkeley. Never change, no matter what they tell you. I'm eager to get into it. I don't know what's going on the technical side of things, but these players better get these PCs working because I need to see this Overwatch action. I got to know what's going on this final map. I got to see it. Okay, we're back in. 5%. The Serpents are up. And we're seeing no changes made on the side of Winton, but Torblarge now going to be on the May. I missed that coming into this point when it was initially taken, and Goat will be on the Reaper, Berkeley.
Well, May large. That is what Winton is going for. Did
Yes.
point that out before our little break, but I didn't really realize that it was Torblarge actually playing a different hero for once. To start this fight off, though, the Serpent's still looking very sound here. They just kind of hang back, they posture for a dive, and then they hit the speed and they go in with some serious precision.
Yeah, that firepower is going to send them flame striking back to base. Torblarge not doubling down on the decision with May, deciding to go back to the Torbjorn. Not quite sure how I feel about it on this point, Berkeley. There's not a lot of angles for Torbjorn to take with such a closed control point.
No, and we can see that Winton is just struggling on this point as the Death Blossom comes in to take down a Wolf and Shroud, and here we have 61% and climbing for the Serpents. They just can't be taken away from this point.
Yeah, it's going to take a chisel and some arm grease, some monkey grease to get him off of this point. Niles almost has the Kitsune online, which should pair exceptionally well with the overclock from Ishan. On the side of UBC Winton, they just need to get these ultimates online. Wolf and Shroud will have Nano, and Nice Rice will have Sound Barrier, but is it going to be enough? The Nano's out, but it's not really finding its mark as the Serpents are just beating back Winton.
Yeah, that Nano was a little bit premature. Their Goat did not have the Dragon Blade to combo along with it, and they just couldn't deal enough damage. 99% and taking down quickly. The Serpents responded so well after losing round 1. They take Village, and this one goes all the way. The complete distance in map 5, and point number 3 on Nepal is going to be for complete bragging rights for British Columbia Overwatch.
That is so hype for their scene, Berkeley. I truly hope the next time that these teams decide to do this, they take a page out of some of the other NECC members and they decide to do it in person. This would be such a phenomenal LAN event.
Yeah, this would be a good one. I know that there's like 4 hours that separates these schools if they're going by car, but let's charter some private jets and get there in like 45 minutes, set everything up where we need to.
I think 4 hours is worth it.
I mean,
yeah.
UBC Winton, they're out of Vancouver, I believe, and I know there's like 3 or 4 really good LAN centers there, so if the Serpents wanted to make it happen, I'm sure they could.
Oh, I'm more than certain that they could. I mean, there's an Overwatch team based out of Vancouver, so I'm more than certain they have to have an arena there, right? I mean, all the hometowns have an arena. But Disruptor shot's gonna get thrown out from Ishan, really pushing Winton in a corner, putting Monkey in a corner, once again throwing that reference back out there. Ishano finding some headshots, Robo Eagle diving Kakashi, that's gonna be Goat falling. And the Serpents are going to take this first point. We're going to get a tech pause because, unfortunately, Torb Large is Torb long gone, DCing once again.
Man, and Torblard was playing the Junkrat there, and you could just see the moment that they DC'd because they just W'd forward in a straight line, and I even went like, what is happening? Like, I could not comprehend the movement, and then he just vanished from the game. So it all made perfect sense. Unfortunately, you can't have the pause get sent while we're in a fight. The fight had to wrap up before we actually are able to pause and get Torblarge back into the game just for fairness reasons. So, it seems like the Serpents are going to be gifted the point first. Kind of a shaky, stinks that there's these tech pauses on map 5 of this game. But, hopefully things get sorted out and we still have a banger for the third point of Nepal.
Oh, I'm certain they will, Berkeley. Torblarge, unfortunately, having some PC issues, and that's going to now enter a whole new dynamic in this series, Berkeley. He's had these DCs a couple of times, and that's just frustrating to deal with. Anyone would feel frustrated playing in a game 5 and your PC disconnects, but how Torblarge reacts to the situation will affect their gameplay in this map 5. So it's essential that they just take a deep breath, restart the computer, compose themselves, and re-engage as they were in the second and fourth points of the series.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, getting rattled, especially like at a late stage of this game, is something that would be realistic if you have to have one of these tech pauses come in on the third point of a map 5, right? You got to find a way to stay composed. Maybe the coach comes in and just whispers something in your ear to kind of level your head out, but that kind of composure in a game that's been this long and so important for both these teams is going to be key in this last point.
Absolutely. It's essential. They're tired. They've been playing for over an hour and a half of just mental energy consumed time after time, and they've got to give it their all here. That's going to be a massive grenade on point from Wolfenshroud, anteing most of the UBCO Serpents, but Ishan finding themselves, barely almost falling, now back up to 200% or 200 health. That's going to be a nano Kakashi, and you do not want to find yourself on the other side of that beam.
No, not at all, but luckily the Serpents had the Kitsune Rush to respond with, and at this stage in the game where Winton doesn't have a lot of ults to work with, that Kitsune Rush was just OP. Now the Serpents still have the point with over 50%, and they've got 4 ultimates to maybe close out the game with.
Yeah, they're going to have to build these ults fast and take this point before it gets into no time territory. Kakashi almost has that Graviton Surge online. Torblarge will have the Rip Tire as well. Go with the Kitsune Rush in the back pocket, but UBCO Serpents has everything. Death Blossom in the back line, going to find both the healers for the Serpents. We're going to hear Goat pop the Dragon Blade on the other side, finding one, looking for a second. Unfortunately, not going to find it as they're putting the blade away. Will fall. That's 85% on the side of the Serpents. Winton has to just touch now, Berkeley.
Yeah, it's going to be a mad dash to get back to this point. They have the tire. They've got the Graviton Surge. Nice Rice will have the sound barrier. It seems like Winton has enough. Oh, the grab gets eaten. A big play at the buzzer for Robo Eagle. And with the overtime wick burning, the Serpents start to launch ultimates of their own. The sound barrier, the overclock, everything comes alive now for the Serpents. They're trying to be crowned the kings of British Columbia Overwatch. Kakashi trying to make a stand at high energy right in the front line, but it's not enough. And as the wick burns down, the Serpents are the kings of British Columbia.
And what a map to end it on. Going the full distance, Berkeley. Not just all 5 maps, but going to control at the very end all 3 points. Robo Eagle will close us out with the final play of the game on this Diva.
And I love it here at 99%, and this all comes right after eating Kakashi's Graviton Surge. That would have been Winton's win factor. That wasn't even shown in the play of the game, but that may have actually been the play of the game. Robo Eagle just being like, you know what, denied. Your biggest ultimate, it's now off the board.
Yeah, had that Graviton Surge hit its mark, Berkeley, we could have seen a repossession from Winton and an entirely different map 3, or point 3 map 5.
Yeah. Chase, Battle for British Columbia is over. This one is going to close out the stream, but an hour and 42 minutes of game time. That was a fun one to watch, especially after a night where it was sweep after sweep after sweep. This one going to point 3 of map 5. Definitely didn't disappoint. And I love that it was just these two schools that have such a close relationship to each other and close proximity.
No, agreed. This is a way to end the night for sure. And shout out to whoever scheduled this. I think it was Booker, might have been Carol, whoever scheduled this to be the final match of the night. It was a beautiful way to do it, putting it on the A stream and obviously having us on the desk to cast it.
All right, so Chase, now it is time. Who is the player of British Columbia?
The player of British Columbia, I'm probably gonna have to give it to Y.
Yeah, that is a really good pick. I was thinking about going with Y as well. Ishan had another great night. And then on the side of Winton, I really think that Kakashi, they played all 3 roles, and when they were on the Ana, this team just transformed. So I like how you're going with Y. If I had to pick a player from UBCO, that's who I would have picked. But just to kind of change things up, I am going to go with Kakashi myself. I just feel like being able to play all 3 roles in a game as big as this, really impressive. And they really did well on every role.
You know what, Berkeley? I won't retract my answer because I'm not that kind of person, but I'd have to agree with you on the flip end. If I had to give it to UBC Winston, it would have been Kakashi as well. Obviously, made a mark on that Ana after we had the Brigitte in the first round, but also landing 4 shatters in the same spot, all 5 shatters on that Reinhardt. That comes from the mentality of an Ana player, or vice versa. Maybe they were playing Ana as a Reinhardt mentality player. Either way, you're absolutely right. Playing all 3 roles at this level of Overwatch is nothing to shake a stick at. For sure, Kakashi getting my secondary player of British Columbia.
Can't believe I didn't even mention how they were just laying it down on Coliseum. I forgot they were playing Reinhardt there. I was thinking that they were just playing Zarya there on Nepal, but yeah, the Reinhardt diff was huge on Coliseum. That was a massive performance. Unfortunately for Winton, they couldn't get it done tonight, but congratulations to the Serpents, the Kings of British Columbia Overwatch 2. These two teams are bound to meet again. I hope it happens in the playoffs. I hope it happens in a best of 7 so we get to watch even more great Overwatch between these two teams. But we have watched enough tonight. That is going to be the end of the stream here. Thanks for hanging out with us. For Chase Newcomb, I've been Berkeley Stevens. If you want to keep up with us, you can follow us on our Twitters down below. And then thanks also to our production, Sinza and Carol, the Observer, for tonight. Everyone did a great job. We'll see you next Thursday for NECC Overwatch.